Hello and welcome to Tech with Shaping Pixel. We are bringing you free certification course. This time we are bringing you SC-900, which is Microsoft Certified Security Compliance and Identity Fundamentals exam. We are also included some practice exam question and answers for you to prepare for the exam. So let's jump onto the course. Are you ready to take the SC-900 course? Let's dive into key object areas you need to master. You will need to describe various Microsoft security, compliance, and identity concepts. These includes understanding the capabilities of Microsoft identity and access management solutions, learn about the basic identity services and identity types of Azure AD, its authentication and access management capabilities, as well as identity protection and governance capabilities. Explore the security and management capabilities of Azure, Microsoft Sentinel, Microsoft 365 Defender, Microsoft 365, and Microsoft Intune. Delve into compliance management, information protection, insider risk capabilities, e-discover auditing, and resource governance in Azure. So get ready to ace SC900 exam with our comprehensive crash course. Let's dive into the world of zero trust methodology and security principles. The zero trust policy is the cornerstone of security within any organization. It can be summed up in 5 words: trust no one, verify everything. This methodology assumes that everything and everyone is an untrusted source, allowing you to implement security measures to increase the overall level of security. Zero trust is built on three core principles: verify explicitly, least privilege access, and assume breach. These principle guides security by emphasizing the importance of authentication, limiting user access, and always assuming a breach. Pillars of security. The zero trust methodology is further supported by 6 pillars: identities, devices, applications, data, infrastructure, and networks. Each pillar provides another level of protection from potential security threats. In addition to the principles and pillars, the defense in depth model and the CIA tried are essential tools for layered security and protecting information from unauthorized access. Understanding these tools, models, and policies is crucial for ensuring security across all organizations. Let's now move into identity and access management. Let's dive into the world of Azure Active Directory and Microsoft 365 security. Azure Active Directory is the backbone of user identity and access management. It streamlines user experience and offers three license options: free, Premium 1, and Premium 2, each with its own set of advanced features. Microsoft 365 goes beyond traditional passwords with multi-factor authentication requiring a secondary verification method. These adds an extra layer of security, reducing the risk of weak or forgotten passwords. Conditional access sets specific conditions for accessing data, such as multi-factor authentication or secure network requirements. Different tiers of Microsoft 365 offers various services enhancing data security. So stay tuned to we as we explore the threat protection within Microsoft 365. Are you concerned about the security of your organization's data? With the increasing sophistication of security threats, it's crucial to have the right tools in place. Let's take a closer look at Microsoft Defender and Threat Protection, a suite of tools designed to safeguard your organization against a wide range of security risks. First, we have Microsoft Defender for Identities, MSDI, previously known as Azure Advanced Threat Protection. MSDI monitors and analyzes user activity, setting a standard for each user's usual behavior and activities. It detects and alerts IT to suspicious behaviors, reducing overall security noise. Next, there's Microsoft Defender for Endpoint MSDE, formerly known as Microsoft Defender Advanced Threat Protection. MSDE protects endpoints in your organization through 7 pillars, providing real-time information on vulnerabilities and potential breaches. Moving on to Microsoft Defender for Office MSDO, previously known as Office 365 Advanced Threat Protection. MSDO focuses on protecting the Office suite from security risks, offering real-time monitoring and reporting from threats. Lastly, we have Microsoft Defender for Cloud Apps, previously known as Microsoft Cloud App Security. This tool acts as a cloud access security broker, providing information on potential threats across the organization's cloud services. With Microsoft Defender and threat protection, your organization can effectively mitigate security risks and keep your data secure. So stay tuned for more insights into information protection and how it can help keep your data secure regardless of its location. Protecting data is crucial, whether it's at rest or in transit. In Microsoft 365, there are various tools to ensure data protection, such as data classification and data loss prevention policies. Sensitivity labels. Sensitivity labels allow for the classification of data without affecting user access or collaboration features. They can be applied to documents, groups, or emails, signifying different levels of sensitivity like personal, public, general, confidential, and highly confidential. Metadata and settings. Sensitivity labels are stored in the metadata of the data, traveling with the data wherever it goes. Different labels can enforce settings like encrypting emails or marking content with watermarks. Third-party apps outside of Microsoft 365 can also read and apply security settings based on these labels. One of the key strengths of sensitivity label is the ability to apply different labels automatically based on the content that matches certain conditions. These ensures consistent data classification across the organization without relying on manual user input. Maintaining compliance in Microsoft 365 is made easy with a range of tools. The Service Trust Portal is the first stop, offering insights into Microsoft security and compliance practices. Microsoft upholds 6 privacy principles, including control, transparency, and security, to ensure data protection and user privacy. The Compliance Center, accessible to specific roles, provides a comprehensive view of your organization's compliance standing. It offers quick view cards, compliance score rankings, and active alerts to monitor and improve compliance. The navigation rail grants access to various tools like data classification, data connectors, alerts, and more. The Compliance Manager is a crucial tool for managing an organization's compliance. It calculates compliance scores, suggests improvement actions, and tracks the implementation of these actions. The Solutions tab provides insights into the effectiveness of implemented actions and guides on meeting compliance regulations. By leveraging these tools, organizations can ensure seamless compliance with regulatory requirements within Microsoft 365. Introducing Microsoft Sentinel, a comprehensive security information and event management solution designed to provide proactive threat response for organizations. Microsoft Sentinel is built upon a repeated 4-step process: collect, detect, investigate, and respond. It collects data across an organization's on premises and cloud based environments, provides information on threat, offers multiple ways to investigate threats with artificial intelligence and threat analytics, and enables organizations to respond to each incident. Microsoft Sentinel utilizes playbooks, a collection of procedures that can be run in response to an incident or an alert. These playbooks are based on workflows built in Azure Logic Apps, providing high customizability for each playbook. Organizations can create playbooks with defined triggers, conditions, and actions to automatically respond to threats within their environment. For example, a playbook can be created to automatically detect compromised users and restrict their access within the environment. Welcome to Microsoft Azure Security Solutions. This course is designed to IT professionals seeking to understand the security solutions available in Microsoft Azure. To get the most from these, a basic understanding of Microsoft Azure and its offering is recommended. Shared responsibility model. We're kicking things off by exploring the shared responsibility model, understanding how responsibilities are divided between Microsoft and the customer. Next, we will delve into Azure Security Services and Technologies, covering storage security, database security, identity and access management, and network security options and features. Ever wondered about the shared responsibility model in cloud security? Let's dive in. When you move to the cloud, it's crucial to know which security tasks are handled by the cloud provider and which ones are your responsibility. For example, the responsibilities of SaaS, IaaS, and PaaS workloads differ, as well as from on-prem responsibilities. Whether your workloads run on-prem or in the cloud, you always own your data and identities. This means you're responsible for the security of them, along with your on-prem resources and any cloud components you control. So whether it's in the cloud or on-prem, understanding the share responsibility model is key to ensuring the security of your data, endpoints, accounts, and access management. Responsibilities by platform. On-premises solutions. The customer is responsible for all aspects of security and operations. Cloud solutions, IaaS solutions, cloud provider manages tangible aspects, customer secures and manages operating system, networking configurations, applications, identity managements, and data. PaaS solutions, cloud provider manages network controls, customer secures the manages applications, user identities, and data. SaaS solutions, cloud provider provides the application as a service, customer ensures proper data classification, and both share the responsibility for managing users and endpoint devices. So cloud provides offer security advantages, but customer must still protect users, applications, and service offerings. Let's dive into general Azure security. We'll explore the powerful security features of Microsoft Azure, including Defender for Cloud, Key Vault, Azure Monitor, and Azure Sentinel. Microsoft Defender for Cloud is a comprehensive security posture management and threat protection tool. It provides a secure score, security recommendations, and alerts to help you protect workloads from threats and streamline security management. Defender for Cloud offers a range of security features, including protecting for servers, storage, SQL databases, containers, app service, key vault, resource manager, DNS, and open source relational databases. Azure Key Vault is a centralized cloud solution for securely storing and managing secrets, keys, and certificates. It also provides robust access control and key management capabilities. Azure Monitor and Logs. Azure Monitor collects log data that can be used for complex analysis across different resources. It offers interactive log queries, visualization options, and the ability to create workbooks and alert rules. Azure Sentinel is an intelligent security analytics and threat intelligence solution that provides a 30,000-foot view on the enterprise. It incorporates existing Azure technologies and offers automation, orchestration, and powerful investigation tool. So stay tuned. We'll delve deeper into the world of general Azure security. So welcome to the overview of storage security in Microsoft Azure. So let's explore the robust security features available for your data in Azure Storage. Azure Storage Service Encryption. Azure automatically encrypts data persisted to the cloud using 256-bit AES encryption. These ensures that your data is protected and helps you meet security and compliance requirements without any additional cost or performance impact. Shared access signatures or SAS provide secure delegated access to resources in a storage account without compromising data security, with granular control over access and validity. SAS offers a flexible and secure solution for managing data access. Storage account keys generated by Azure are used to authorize access to your storage account. It's crucial to manage and protect these keys using Azure Key Vault and to rotate them regularly to maintain security. Azure Storage Analytics offers logging and metrics data for storage accounts, enabling you to trace requests, analyze usage trends, and diagnose issues. With these powerful security options, Microsoft Azure ensures that your data is protected, compliant, and accessible only to authorized entities. Now let's dive into Azure SQL database security. Let's explore the various security options and services available to safeguard your data. When it comes to Azure SQL firewall rules, you have the power to control access to your server and databases with server level and database level IP firewall rules. You can ensure secure connections and protect your valuable data. Always encrypted is a game changer for safeguarding sensitive data. By encrypting data within client applications, it ensures that even database admins can't access the most confidential information. Transparent data encryption (RTDE) provides real-time encryption and decryption of your database, backups, and log files at rest. It's a powerful tool to protect against offline threats. Auditing is a crucial for maintaining security and compliance. By tracking database events and hosting audit logs, you can stay on top of any anomalies or security concerns. With these robust security measures, Azure SQL offers a comprehensive suite of tools to keep your data safe and secure. So, welcome to Dynamic Data Masking. Let's dive into the world of Azure SQL databases, Azure SQL Managed Instances, and Azure Synapse Analytics to explore the powerful technology of dynamic data masking. So, dynamic data masking is a policy-based security feature that limits the exposure of sensitivity data by masking it for users who shouldn't see it. It's a crucial tool in preventing unauthorized access to sensitive data without impacting the application layer significantly. Imagine a call center scenario where a frontline worker needs to identify a caller by confirming the last four digits of their social security number. With dynamic data masking, a masking rule can be defined to hide the full security social security number in the query results, allowing the customer service rep to perform their task without unnecessary access to sensitive data. To set up a dynamic data masking policy, you will need to configure settings such as specifying excluded SQL users, defining masking rules, and setting masking functions. It's important to note that users with administrator privileges are always excluded from masking, ensuring access to the original data without any masking. Dynamic data masking is a powerful security feature that allows organizations to control the exposure of sensitive data, providing a layer of protection without altering the original data. Now let's dive into identity and access management in Azure. So the powerful features and services that Azure offers for managing identity and access. Let's start with the role-based access control RBAC. RBAC allows you to manage access to Azure resources with fine-grained control. It's a robust tool for segregating duties within your organization and minimizing security risks. Moving on to Azure Active Directory AD, a cloud-based identity and access management service. It's designed for IT admins, app developers, and subscribers to services like Microsoft 365 and Office 365. Azure AD provides seamless control over both internal and external resources. Azure AD B2B and B2C enables secure collaboration with external partners and seamless single sign-on for customers using their existing credentials. Lastly, Azure AD Domain Services offers managed domain services, while Azure Multi-Factor Authentication provides robust two-step verification to protect data and applications. Welcome to Networking Security. So let's explore key offerings to secure your networks in Microsoft Azure. Let's start with network security groups. These are used to filter network traffic to and from Azure resources connected to a virtual network. You can create custom rules to control traffic and secure your resources. Next up, the Azure VPN gateway. It's used to send and receive encrypted traffic between an Azure virtual network and an on-prem network. You can create multiple connections to a single VPN gateway and deploy it in Azure availability zones for resilience. For more secure connection, there's an express route. It lets you connect your on-prem network to the Microsoft cloud via a private connection, offering layer 3 connectivity and global connectivity to Microsoft services. Web Application Firewall provides centralized protection for web applications, simplifying security management and reacting to security threats quickly. Azure Firewall is a fully stateful firewall as a service offering centralized application and network connectivity policies. Azure DDoS protection, uh, available in basic and standard tiers, mitigates common network level attacks. Lastly, virtual network service endpoints extended the private address space for an Azure virtual network and provide improved security for Azure resources. So welcome to Enterprise Identity Management and Azure Active Directory. So we'll cover key identity management concepts in Azure Active Directory. Single sign-on. So overview of single sign-on, exploring its different types and use cases. Next, we will dive into Azure AD multi-factor authentication, a crucial aspects of identity security. Following that, we will explore the various types of external identities available in Azure AD. Then we'll dive into privileged identity management, understanding its purpose and usage. So welcome to the world of single sign-on in Azure AD, where accessing multiple software platforms becomes a breeze. SSO benefits. Azure AD single sign-on simplifies the authentication process, allowing users to navigate through various applications seamlessly using a single set of credentials. SSO methods. Choose from federation, password-based, linked, and disabled SSO methods, each catering to different needs and scenarios. Federation-based SSO. Federation-based SSO enhances security, reliability, and user experience, especially with applications supporting SAML 2.0, WS Federation, or OpenID Connect. Password-based SSO is ideal for on-site application set up for application proxy, offering secure password storage and replay. Whether it's an on-premises or cloud-based application, Azure AD single sign-on has you covered, making the authentication process a seamless experience. Welcome to an introduction to Azure AD multi-factor authentication. Azure AD multi-factor authentication is a crucial security feature that requires users to provide additional form of identification during the sign-in process. Beyond just a password, this significantly enhances the security of user accounts, making it much more difficult for attackers to gain unauthorized access. Azure AD multi-factor authentication can use a variety of verification methods such as biometrics, like a fingerprint or face scan, a trusted device like a phone or hardware key, or something you know like a password. A system is flexible, allowing users to select from several available verification methods, including options like Microsoft Authenticator, Windows Hello for Business, FIDO2 security key, and OATH tokens, SMS and voice calls. Integration and benefits. Importantly, Azure AD multi-factor authentication is seamlessly integrated into the Azure AD sign-in process, meaning no changes to apps or services are necessary to implement it. By leveraging Azure AD multi-factor authentication, organizations can significantly enhance their security posture and protect their resources from unauthorized access. Welcome to Understanding External Identities in Azure AD. Azure AD External Identities is a feature that facilitates secure interactions with users who are not part of your organization. This functionality is useful when you need to cooperate with external users such as partners, distributors, suppliers, or vendors, allowing you to delineate access to your resources and specify how your internal users can interact with these external entities. B2B collaborations let you invite people to sign into your Azure AD organization with their own credentials so you can allow them to access apps or resources you want to share with them. It's best suited for collaboration with business partners from external organizations such as suppliers, partners, and vendors. B2B Direct Connect works with Microsoft Teams shared channels, allowing seamless sign into shared resources between organizations. This is ideal for collaborating with business partners from external organizations that has Azure AD like suppliers, partners, vendors. Azure AD B2C is a customer identity and access management solution providing access to consumers and customers facing applications. It allows you to customize and control how customers sign up, sign in, and manage their profiles when using your apps. Understanding these types of external identities is essential for leveraging Azure AD's full potential to meet your organization's specific needs. Welcome to Privileged Identity Management in Azure Active Directory. Privileged Identity Management (PIM) is a service provided by Azure Active Directory designed to manage, control, and monitor access to critical resources within your organization. PIM aims to minimize the number of individuals with privileged access, reducing the risk of unauthorized access or inadvertent impact on sensitive resources. PIM offers just-in-time privileged access, time-bound resources access, role activation approval, multi-factor authentication enforcement, access reviews, and the ability to download audit history. It also prevents the removal of the last active global administrator and privileged role administrator role assignments. Administrators can manage Azure AD roles, Azure resource roles are PIM for groups. Role assignments in PIM follow specific concepts like eligible assignments, active assignments, assignment states, just-in-time access, and the principle of least privilege. PIM facilitates the role assignment process, including granting access to resources, activating roles, approving or denying requests, and extending or renewing assignments. Privileged identity management in Azure Active Directory, ensuring secure and controlled access to critical resources. Welcome to a quick guide on Azure Active Directory self-service password reset feature. Azure Active Directory self-service password reset feature known as SSPR allows users to change their passwords without any involvement from administrators or the help desk. This reduces the number of help desk calls and minimizes productivity loss when a user can't sign in. Users can reset or change their password using SSPR portal it after registering their desired authentication methods. When a user can't access their account, they can select the can't access your account link from an application or page, which takes the user to SSPR portal. They can go directly to the portal via the URL. Users can be prompted to complete the SSPR registration each time they sign in, ensuring Readiness for potential password reset situations. Unregistered users can manually register for SSPR. SSPR allows users to change or reset their passwords without administrative involvement, decreasing the number of help desk inquiries and reducing productivity losses. Welcome to authentication methods in SSPR. Let's explore the various authentication methods available for self-service password reset and the recommended security measures. First, we have the mobile app notification. These methods sends a secure notification to the user's mobile app, allowing them to approve or deny the request. Second, the mobile app code requires the users to retrieve a code from the mobile app and enter it on the SSPR portal. Third, the email method sends a code to the user's registered email address for retrieval and entry into the portal. Fourth, the mobile phone method sends a code via text message to the user's registered mobile phone number. Fifth, the office phone method involves calling the user's office phone number and providing a code for entry into the portal. Lastly, security question require pre-registered answers during the password reset. The system confirms the user's authentication method based on the policy requirements. If one method is required, the user must have the appropriate information for at least one method. If two methods are required, the user must have the necessary data for two enabled methods. Remember to register at least two methods for each user, and for users with an Azure administrative role, a strong two-gate password policy is enforced for additional security. Let's try to understand the SSPR notification in Azure AD. Notifications are a crucial part of the Azure AD self-service password reset process. They're designed to improve awareness of password events and can be configured for both users and identity administrators. For example, if the option notifies users and password reset is set to yes, a user that requests resets their password will receive an email notifying them that their password has been changed. Additionally, there is an option to notify all admins when other admin reset their passwords, ensuring transparency and accountability within the system. It's important to note that email notifications come from specific addresses based on the Azure cloud you are working with. For the public cloud, and for China, and for the government cloud, it's. In conclusion, notifications are a vital part of the SSPR process, ensuring that users and administrators are kept informed about password resets, thereby enhancing security and transparency within the system. In a hybrid environment, Azure AD Connect can write password changes from Azure AD back to the on-prem AD, ensuring seamless synchronization. Azure AD checks hybrid connectivity regularly, providing status messages in Azure portal, such as your on-premises write-back client is up and running. Enabling password write-back in the Azure portal is essential for integrating SSPR with an on-prem environment, ensuring synchronized password changes. Setting the password write-back option to yes enables write-back, allowing users to reset their passwords while resetting it no disables write-backs. On-premises integration is crucial for Azure AD's self-service password reset, ensuring synchronized password changes and system security integrity. Password reset process in Azure AD. Enabling self-service password reset in Azure AD is a breeze. First, ensure you are signed into the Azure AD portal with a global administrator or authentication policy administrator account. From there, click on password reset in the menu on the left side. Then under the self-service password reset enabled option, choose selected and select your Azure AD group. Click save to enable SSPR for the group. To configure the authentication methods of SSPR, simply click on authentication methods in the left pane on the password reset page and customize your authentication methods. And there you have it. Taking charge of your password reset process has never been easier. Give it a try and enjoy the convenience of self-service password reset in Azure AD. Conditional access is an Azure AD feature that adds an extra layer of security by allowing you to control who can access data or assets based on specified conditions. This feature is managed in Azure AD and uses various signals to automate access to apps and data. The signals used in conditional access include user or group membership, named location, information, device, application, real-time sign-in risk detection, cloud apps or actions, and user risk. These signals provide fine-grained control over access to apps and data. Access controls determine what happens when the conditions of a conditional access policies are met. They decide whether access should be granted, require extra verification, or block access to a resource. Policies can also require additional conditions to meet before granting accesses, such as completing multi-factor authentication or using a specific type of device. Conditional access is a powerful feature that allows organizations to tailor access to their apps and data based on specific conditions. It's important to note that conditional access is only available in the paid editions of Azure AD. Let's dive into the world of building a conditional access policy. When you build a conditional access policy, you are essentially creating an if-then statement with assignments and access controls. This policy looks at the assignments and access controls you have defined and makes decisions based on them, ultimately enforcing organizational policies. In the first phase, session details like network location and device identity are collected for policy evaluation. These occurs for all enabled policies and those in report-only mode. Once session details are collected, the policy is enforced. If a policy is configured to block access, enforcement stops and the user is blocked. Otherwise, the user is prompted to complete any additional grant control requirements. It's important to note that multiple conditional access policies can apply to user at a time, and all policies that apply have to be satisfied. This means that all assignments are logically and so if more than one assignment is configured, all assignments must be satisfied to trigger the policy. So that's the laydown on building a conditional access policy. Stay tuned for more insights. Introducing workload-specific admin roles for Office 365. These roles allow organizations to assign specific administrator roles for Exchange Online, SharePoint Online, and Skype for Business Online, giving more control over how IT administrators manage their tenant and data. These roles provide more flexibility in role assignment, assigning permissions to how administrators are typically organized. For example, an Exchange administrator will only have to access to Exchange Online related controls and settings, ensuring focused management without unnecessary access. Configuring workloads specific admin roles is simple. Just select a user from the active user list, click on Edit User Roles, and then select Limited Admin Role. From there, you can easily select the applicable admin role or roles. With these new roles, organizations have more control over who has access to their data, ensuring a more secure and organized administrative structure. To protect Office 365 global administrator accounts, Microsoft recommends creating dedicated accounts and using them only when necessary for administrative tasks. Microsoft also advises configuring multi-factor authentication and using the strongest forms of secondary authentication. Additionally, monitoring for suspicious activities through Office 365 Cloud App Security is crucial. By following these best practices, you can effectively limit your exposure to admin account breaches. Are you protecting your Azure resources effectively? Let's talk about the critical role of access management in safeguarding your assets. Rollback access control is Azure built-in authorization system offering fine-grained access management of resources. With rollback access control, you can control what users can do with specific resources and which areas of Azure they have access to. Rollback access control allows for tailored access such as granting certain users the ability to manage only virtual machines or specific applications to access resources within a resource group. It's all about providing the right level of access for the right tasks. Role-based access control enforces roles assigned consisting of a security principle, a role definition, and a scope. These ensures that permissions are granted based on specific needs, enhancing security and control. Role-based access controls security principles represent users, groups, service principals, or managed identities that request access to Azure resources. These are the foundational objects that role-based access control operates on. Role definitions, also known as roles, define a set of permissions listing operations that can be performed. For instance, high-level roles like owner or virtual machine reader provide different levels of access. Azure offers four fundamental built-in roles: owner, contributor, reader, and user access administrator. Each role provides distinct level of access and management capabilities for Azure resources. The term scope refers to a set of resources that a role's access applies to. Scopes can be defined at various levels, such as management groups, subscriptions, resource groups, and individual resources. Role assignments attach a role definition to a user, group, service principal, or managed identity at a specific scope, providing necessary access. Revoking access is achieved by removing the role assignment. Understanding these key elements of role-based access control is crucial for effectively managing access to Azure resources. Azure role-based access control and Azure AD administrator roles. Let's explore the key differences and functionalities of these essential roles. Azure role-based access control roles are designed to manage access to Azure resources like VMs and storage accounts, while Azure AD administrator roles are used to manage Azure AD resources in a directory. The global administrator, for instance, is responsible for managing access to all administrative features in Azure Active Directory and services federating to Azure Active Directory. The user administrator creates and manages users and groups. The billing administrator handles purchases and subscriptions, and the global administrator assigns admin roles and reset passwords. These roles are crucial for maintaining the security and functionality of Azure resources and Azure Active Directory. So by default, Azure role-based access control roles and Azure AD administration roles do not overlap. However, there are exceptions, such as the user access administrator role, which allows users to grant access to Azure resources. Understanding the distinctions between Azure role-based access control and Azure AD administrator roles is vital for effective configuration within Azure. So are you struggling to manage user permissions as your organization grows? Delegating admin rights in Azure Active Directory can help reduce the access management workload and enhanced security. So let's dive into how to effectively plan delegated admin rights in your organization. So when deciding on the number of administrators and the granularity of their permissions, consider the size and complexity of your deployment. Smaller deployments may only require a few global administrators, while larger, more complex deployments will benefit from splitting up responsibilities among different admin roles. Define the roles you need, map out Active Directory tasks to specific roles, and consider delegating application administration to improve security and reduce potential mistakes. For example, the application administrator role grants the ability to manage all applications in the directory, while the cloud application administrator role has the similar functions but doesn't grant access to application proxy settings. As part of your admin delegation planning, ensure a coherent security plan and create emergency access accounts. Use the baseline access policy to ensure multi-factor authentication on privileged Azure AD accounts, protecting critical admin accounts from compromise. By following these steps, you can enhance security and streamline the management of admin rights in your organization. So, are you working with a Microsoft partner? So, let's talk about admin delegation in Microsoft partner relationships. So, when working with a Microsoft partner, you can assign the partner admin roles as needed. These allows the partner to assign other users admin roles within your organization or even within its own organization. Before a partner can assign these roles, you need to add the partner as a delegated admin to your organization's Office 365 account. Partners can assign both full and limited administration roles. Full administration privileges are equivalent to a global admin, while limited administration privileges are equivalent to a help desk or password admin. To facilitate the admin delegation, the partner first sends you an email to confirm your permission to act as a delegated admin. Only after you authorized them can a partner perform these functions. So, when managed carefully, admin delegation can be a valuable tool in your partnership with Microsoft. Office 365 admin roles. So, are you struggling to navigate the complex world of Office 365 admin roles? Let's break it down. In Office 365, there are various administrative roles, each with specific functions. The global administrator, for instance, has the most powerful role with access to all features within Office 365. On the other hand, billing administrators manage purchases, subscriptions, and support tickets, while password administrators handles user password resets and service requests. It's crucial to limit the number of people assigned the global administrator role. Best practices recommend restricting these roles to only a few individuals to enhance security. The user management administrator is responsible for day-to-day tasks like password resets, service health monitoring, and user adds and delegates. However, they cannot create or delete other administrators. So depending on the enabled feature within an Office 365 tenant, other admin roles may include the Exchange administrator, Power BI administrator, SharePoint administrator, and Sky for Business administrator. Understanding these admin roles is essential for efficient Office 365 management. So stay tuned for more insights. Managing permissions in the Office 365 Security and Compliance Center. To ensure that users can perform specific compliance tasks such as data loss prevention and e-discovery, administrators can grant permissions through the Security and Compliance Center. These allows users to access only the tasks they have been explicitly granted access to. In order to access the Security and Compliance Center, users must be an Office 365 Global Administrator or a member of one or more Security and Compliance Center role groups. Those These role groups include Compliance Administrator, e-discovery manager, and more. So by leveraging the role-based access control permissions model, administrator can maintain control over users' access to compliance tasks. Check out the complete list of security and compliance roles groups for more details. So in the world of permissioning and access, the relationship between the members, roles, and role groups is crucial. A role grants specific permissions for tasks, while a role group is a collection of roles. For example, a compliance administrator role group includes role like case management and content search. The Security and Compliance Center provides default role groups for common tasks. Microsoft recommends adding users as members to these default role groups for necessary access. It's worth noting that while you can edit or delete existing roles groups, Microsoft recommends copying, modifying, and saving them with different names instead. Understanding these relationships is key to effectively managing permissions and access with the Security and Compliance Center. When planning security and compliances roles in Microsoft 365, it's crucial to consider the specific tasks that your security and compliance admins will be carrying out. This is because there are numerous role groups available in the Security and Compliance Center, each with different assigned roles, resulting in a highly detailed permission structure. The Compliance Administrator role groups manages settings for device management, data loss prevention, reports, and preservation. The Compliance Data Administrator, on the other hand, manages settings for device management, data protection, data loss prevention, reports, and preservation. Investigators can perform searches on mailboxes, SharePoint online sites, and OneDrive for business locations. The e-discovery manager can perform searches, place holds, and create manage e-discovery cases. Mailflow administrators monitor and view Mailflow insights and reports. It's important to note that Office 365 global admins are automatically added to the organization management role group. So security administrators by default are not assigned any roles and have read-only permissions. Security operators manage security alerts and view reports, while security readers have read-only access to several security features. Service assurance users can access the service assurance section, and supervisory review members can create and manage policies for communication reviews. By understanding these roles and responsibilities, you can effectively plan out security and compliance roles for Microsoft 365. Are you curious about the various roles within the Security and Compliance Center? Let's dive into the key roles and responsibilities. The Security and Compliance Center encompasses around 3 dozen distinct roles, including view only, management related, and admin related roles. For instance, the view only record management role allows viewing of configuration and reports for the record management feature and is assigned to specific role groups by default. Some of the key roles in the Security and Compliance Center are Compliance Administrator, Compliance Search, Organization Configuration, and Device Management. These roles play crucial parts in maintaining security and compliance within the organization. So in the world of synchronized identities, we have two options: password hash sync and password through authentication. With password hash sync, your directory objects are synchronized from on-premises to the cloud. Password changes or resets on-premises are synchronized to the cloud. And seamless single sign-on integration is available for automatic sign-in within the corporate network. Pass-through authentication also synchronizes directory objects from on-premises to the cloud, but it requires a software agent on on-premises servers for authentication. Instead of sending password hashes to the cloud, user credential validation happens on-premises. The password hash sync is the simplest integration method, while pass-through authentication is ideal for companies requiring on-premises authentication. Federated identities. Federation with ADFS allows for synchronized directory objects, on-premises users and group management, and single sign-on capabilities. This model also supports additional authentication requirements such as smart card usage. The alternative option involves federation with a third-party identity provider, enabling synchronized directory objects, on-premises user and group management by the third-party provider, and sign-on experience provided by the third-party solution. It's important to ensure that the third-party provider is supported by Azure AD. So, Azure AD access reviews. Let's dive in and understand how they can help manage group memberships and access to corporate application efficiently. Azure AD access reviews are a powerful tool for managing memberships to groups, controlling access to corporate applications, and regularly reviewing user access. To benefit from these features, you will need an Azure AD Premium P2 license or the Enterprise Mobility and Security E5 license. Access reviews ensure that the right people have the right access, enhancing security and efficiency. Introducing Azure Active Directory Privileged Identity Management (PIM). Azure Active Directory Privileged Identity Management (RPIM) is an offering that allows you to manage and control access to resources within Azure and Azure AD, as well as within other services like Intune and Office 365. To interact with or benefit from PIM, users need a valid Azure AD Premium P2 license or an Enterprise Mobility plus Security E5 license. Licensing is required for users assigned to privileged roles, those who can approve or reject requests in PIM, and those with time-based assignments or access review roles. PIM enables on-demand administrative access to services like Office 365, Intune, and Azure resources. It provides a history of administrator activation, changes to Azure resources, and configurable alerts for administrator assignments. PIM also allows you to require approval for authentication, activation of Azure AD privileged admin roles and review membership for administrative roles. In Azure AD, PIM manages user assigned to built-in Azure AD roles, while in Azure itself, it manages users and groups assigned via Azure role-based access control roles. With Azure Active Directory Privileged Identity Management, organizations can effectively manage and monitor privileged access to their Azure resources and services. Are you taking the necessary steps to protect your organization data? Microsoft recommends that multi-factor authentication, also known as MFA, is required and enforced for all administrators. So by leveraging multi-factor authentication, the risk of an attack due to a stolen password is mitigated. This means you can force users to complete a MFA challenge whenever they log in, ensuring an added layer of security. It's crucial to require users to complete an MFA challenge whenever they activate a role in PIM. This ensures that even if a user doesn't complete MFA challenge when logging in, they will still be prompted to do so by PIM. There are two options for validating MFA for the user, including relying on Azure MFA or configuring the current identity provider to be responsible for MFA. So take the necessary steps to enforce MFA for your administrators and protect your organization sensitive data. So welcome to Azure Identity Protection Overview. Let's explore the key features and capabilities of Azure Identity Protection. So Azure Identity Protection automatically detects identity-based risk and help automate remediation. It can forward signals to other Azure services such as conditional accesses to make access decisions based on risk signals. When a risk is detected, actions like multi-factor authentication or password reset can be automatically triggered. Additionally, 3 reports risky users, risky sign-ins, and risk detection assist in investigating detections. Risks are categorized into low, medium, and high tiers, with each tier representing a higher confidence level in the risk. To access Azure Identity Protection, specific permissions are required and meaningful usage requires on Azure AD Premium P2 licenses. Let's do a quick overview of identity protection policies in Azure AD. Let's dive in and explore the three default identity protection policies available in Azure AD Identity Protection. The MFA registration policy allows you to push out Azure AD multi-factor authentication via conditional access policies. These ensures that all users registered for MFA on their first day of employment and can be used for risk events. The user risk remediation policy works in conjunction with identity protection ability to identify abnormal behavior for a specific user. It can be used to define what happens when identity protection calculates a risk score that indicates an account may be compromised. The sign-in risk remediation policy allows you to enforce organizational requirement based on the risk score signal that identity protection calculates for a particular sign-in. It can also require multi-factor authentication for risk sign-in events. In addition to the default policies, you can create a custom conditional access policy if needed. These policies are designed to fit most typical environments. The Azure Virtual Network or VNet is a crucial component of Azure Security Services. It provides a logical isolation of Azure Cloud Network dedicated to a specific subscription, allowing secure connections between various Azure resources. VNets enable secure connections between Azure resources and can also be linked to physical on-prem networks via site-to-site VPNs. Additionally, Azure supports dedicated WAN link activity through ExpressRoute, ensuring a more secure and robust connection between Azure virtual networks and physical on-prem networks. Each virtual network is scoped to a single Azure region and consists of one or more subnets, which are ranges of IP addresses within the virtual network. Furthermore, virtual networks are isolated from each other, and resources within a virtual network are assigned private IP addresses. Azure allows the customization of virtual networks, including the allocation of private IP address space and the configuration of custom DNS server for name resolution. Ever wondered how resources like virtual machines and load balancers in a virtual network get their unique IP addresses? So let's dive in. In Azure, virtual networks use two types of IP addresses, private and public. Private IPs are allocated to resources within the virtual network, while public IPs allow communication with external resources. Private IPs can be dynamically or statically allocated to a VM from the defined IP addresses range. Public IPs are assigned to a virtual adapter of a VM or the front end of a load balancer. Azure virtual networks can be subdivided using subnets, each with its own range of IP addresses. This process is similar to planning the addressing scheme of a physical network. So, just like a physical network, resources in a virtual network require unique IP addresses for seamless communication. Let's dive into the overview of connecting networks with VPNs and Express Route in Azure. Virtual private networks or VPNs are a powerful tool for extending on-prem networks into Azure. They can even be used to connect separate virtual networks, such as linking on Azure Virtual Network to a virtual network in AWS or GCP. For more robust connection between on-prem network and Azure, ExpressRoute is the way to go. It allows you to create a connection to an Azure network, virtual network without the need for your traffic to traverse the internet. Whether you choose a site-to-site VPN connection or ExpressRoute, you can enable all on-prem users to access Azure resources and services as if they are physically located on-prem within your own data center. In cases where individual user connectivity is needed, a point-to-site VPN can be utilized. This type of VPN connection is akin to solutions like FortiGate or Cisco AnyConnect. Introducing Azure Front Door Service. The Azure Front Door Service offered by Microsoft optimizes global web traffic routing for high performance and instant global failover. It transforms multi region apps into high performance applications, APIs, and content reaching a global audience through Azure. Layer 7 optimization and traffic routing. Azure Front Door operates at Layer 7, leveraging the Anycast protocol and Microsoft Global Network to improve global connectivity. It routes client requests to the faster and most available application backend, offering various traffic routing methods and backed health monitoring options. Smart health probes and URL-based routing. The service accelerates app performance by connecting end users to the nearest front door point of presence and uses smart health probes to monitor backends for latency and availability. It also allows URL-based routing to route traffic to backend pools based on URL paths of the request. Session affinity and SSL termination. Azure Front Door supports session affinity to keep a user session on the same application backend and SSL termination at the edge. It also offers features like custom web application firewall rules, URL redirection, URL rewrite, IPv6, and HTTP/2 protocol support. Azure Firewall. Let's dive into Azure Firewall, the cloud-based network security service designed to protect Azure virtual network resources. Azure Firewall offers a range of features including built-in high availability, unrestricted cloud scalability, and the ability to create application and network connectivity policies across subscriptions and networks. One of the great things about Azure Firewall is its full integration with Azure Monitor, allowing organizations to perform logging and analysis against it. Let's dive into the world of application security groups. These groups are a powerful tool for configuring network security for virtual machines. By defining network security policies based on these groups, you can streamline the security of applications running on VMs. Application security groups offer a more efficient way to secure applications, allowing you to define and reuse security policies at scale without the need for manual maintenance. This means you can save time and effort while ensuring robust security for your applications. However, it's important to note that there are limitations to keep in mind. For instance, there is a cap of 30,000 application security groups that can be defined within a subscription. Additionally, when configuring security rules, you can only specify one application security group on the source and destination. Plus, all network interfaces within an application security group must exist within the same virtual network. So while application security groups offers a streamlined approach to network security, it's crucial to be mindful of these constraints to effectively leverage their benefits. It's time to talk about just-in-time provisioning for Azure virtual machines. Just-in-time provisioning is a security feature that locks down inbound traffic to Azure virtual machines. It ensures that only necessary access is granted and only when it's needed, reducing the risk of attacks. This feature is particularly useful for protecting against brute force attacks, which often target management parts to gain unauthorized access to virtual machines. By limiting the time that ports for a virtual machine are open, just-in-time provisioning reduces the window of opportunity for attackers and increases visibility into the use of privileged accounts. To enable just-in-time VM access, you will need to create a policy that determines which ports to protect, how long they should remain open, and any approved IP addresses that can access them. So let's dive into the world of security baseline in Microsoft Azure. Let's explore the essential tools and best practices for creating and managing security baselines tailored to your business organization needs. Microsoft Azure provides tools like Azure Security Center to monitor and respond to security incidents within your area of responsibility. While Azure services come with default baselines, it's crucial for each customer to review and create their own baseline to ensure adequate protection. Azure Portal and Azure Resource Manager are essential for creating resources, applying access controls, securing virtual networks, and configuring backups. Azure Key Vault encrypts virtual drives, PaaS storage, and database. Azure Active Directory manages access control and hybrid identity services. Azure Policy secures networks, restrict resource types, and enforce regional restrictions. Security Center and Azure Monitor detect and preemptively identify malicious activity within your environment. Understanding these tools empowers you to create a robust security baseline tailored to your organization unique requirements. Understanding web application firewalls. Let's start with the basics and explore what exactly a web application firewall is and why it's crucial for protecting web applications. In its simplest form, a firewall is a device that separates a trusted network from an untrusted network, such as the internet. It creates rules to allow or deny access between the two networks, protecting internal resources from exposure to the internet. While a traditional firewall focuses on source and destination traffic, a web application firewall goes beyond that. It inspects the traffic between the client and web service, checking for known exploits like SQL injection and cross-site scripting and blocks malicious traffic before it reaches the application. Web application firewalls use a collection of rules and policies to safeguard web-based services and applications from a wide range of attack vectors, including command injections, HTTP request smuggling, and more. In summary, a web application firewall is essential for protecting web applications from common exploits and vulnerabilities, providing a crucial layer of defense against malicious attacks. Are you familiar with the Azure Application Gateway? It's a web traffic load balancer that makes load balancing decisions at layer 7 based on HTTP request. These means it can direct web requests to specific backend pools based on the URL and much more. The application gateway provides advanced features such as SSL and TLS termination, auto scaling, URL based routing, connection draining, custom error pages, and the ability to rewrite HTTP headers and URLs to pass additional information with a web request. But how does this fit with web application firewall? The firewall is available with the medium and large applications of the application gateway. It's important to note that the pricing for the option with the web application firewall is higher than without. The steps for deploying an application gateway with a web application firewall include configuring the application gateway and creating and applying the web application firewall rules. These rules can be centrally managed and applied to one or more application gateways, providing uniform management across multiple gateways. Let's discover how Microsoft Azure Front Door can revolutionize your web applications. With Azure Front Door, leveraging Microsoft Global Network to deploy services close to users and direct them to the best performing instances of your web application. Enjoy features like Anycast for increased performance, intelligence health probes, URL path based routing, and SSL offloading. Learn about the three versions of the Azure Front Door available, including the web application firewall associated with the standard version. Understand the pricing structure based on fixed charges for the web application firewall and additional charges for custom and managed rules. Introducing the Azure Content Delivery Network with web application firewall support. Latency can be performance killer for web applications, making them feel slow and problematic. A CDN addresses these by catching content closer to users, reducing latency and improving performance. The Azure CDN supports dynamic site acceleration, caching rules, HTTPS custom domains, file compression, geofiltering, and Azure diagnostic logs for troubleshooting. The web application firewall works with the CDN by applying policies to the CDN endpoints, providing protection from web-based vulnerabilities and exploits. While the web application firewall with the Azure CDN is in public preview, there is a limited service level agreement to consider before using it for production workloads. VNets in Microsoft Azure. Let's explore key VNets concepts and best practices for deploying VNets in Microsoft Azure. Azure virtual networks are the foundation of many Azure resources, enabling secure communication between virtual machines, on-prem networks, and the internet. Before deploying a VNet, familiarize yourself with address space, subnets, regions, and subscriptions. When deploying a virtual network, define an address space consisting of public or private addresses conforming to RFC 1980. Subnet segments the VNet address space, allowing efficient resource deployment and enhanced security through network security groups. Each virtual network is scoped to a single region and subscription. To enable connectivity across different regions, utilize virtual network pairing. Ensure the defined address space doesn't overlap with other network ranges. Avoid creating subnets that encompasses the entire address space and consider defining fewer, larger virtual networks. Lastly, secure all virtual networks with network security groups to control network traffic. Let's explore how Azure Virtual Networks facilitate communication. By default, all resources connected to a virtual network can communicate outbound to the internet. To enable inbound communication from the internet to an Azure resource, you can assign a public IP address or provision a public load balancer. Azure resources like virtual machines, scale sets, and app service environments can be deployed to a virtual network, allowing secure communications among those resources. Virtual network service endpoints and VNet peering are also used to facilitate communications between Azure resources. To connect your Azure virtual network to an on-prem network, you can use a point-to-site VPN, a site-to-site VPN, or express route. Each option provides different levels of connectivity and security. So virtual networks in Azure play a crucial role in facilitating communication with the internet between Azure resources and with on-prem environments. Welcome to Filtering, Routing and Integration. Let's explore how to manage network traffic in Azure, including filtering, routing, and integrating Azure services within a virtual network. In a production environment, filtering traffic between subnets is crucial. You can achieve these using security groups such as network security groups and application security groups, or by leveraging network virtual appliances. Azure automatically handles routing of network traffic between subnets, VNets, on-prem networks, and the internet. However, you can create custom routes using route tables and GBP routes for more control. Integrating Azure services into a virtual network enables private access from VMs or other compute resources. These can be done through dedicated instances, private links, or service endpoints. Welcome to the world of VPN gateways in Azure. Let's explore the key components and functionalities of VPN gateways, focusing on the crucial role they play in securing network traffic. A VPN gateway in Azure is a specialized virtual network gateway designed to facilitate encrypted network traffic between Azure virtual networks and on-premises network over the public internet. It also enables encrypted traffic between different Azure virtual networks over the Microsoft network. One important feature of VPN gateways is that while you can only define one VPN gateway per virtual network, each VPN gateway supports multiple connections to it. This flexibility allows you to connect multiple networks to the same gateway, enhancing the overall network connectivity. When you deploy a virtual network gateway, Azure deploys at least two hidden VMs to a gateway subnet containing routing tables and gateway services. The deployment process can take up to 45 minutes due to complexity of the operations happening under the hood. Connection types. You can configure the virtual network's gateway for different types of connections, such as VNet to VNet, site to site, or point to site connections, depending on your specific networking requirements. Let's explore the world of site to site VPNs from their purpose of the deployment process. A site to site VPN is used to connect an on prem network to a cloud based network virtual network like Azure. It establishes a secure tunnel between the two networks, typically using IPsec or IKE protocols. Deployment process. To deploy a site-to-site VPN, you will need a VPN device with a public IP address on-prem. Then in Azure, you create a virtual network, a gateway subnet, and a VPN gateway. After creating a local network gateway to represent the on-prem endpoint, you configure the on-prem VPN device and deploy the VPN connection in Azure. Site-to-site VPNs are a powerful tool for securely connecting on-premises and cloud networks, providing a seamless and secure extension of your network infrastructure. Welcome to the introduction to point-to-site VPNs. Let's explore the basic of point-to-site VPNs and when to use them. A point-to-site VPN gateway connection is a secure way to connect a single client computer to a virtual network in Azure. It's commonly used by remote workers who need access to resources on an Azure virtual network. Choice of protocols. When creating a point-to-site VPN, you have the option to use OpenVPN protocol, Secure Socket Tunneling Protocol, or IKE V2 VPN. Each protocol has its own advantages and device compatibilities. User initiating a point-to-site VPN connection to Azure must be authenticated. These can be done through native Azure certificate authentication, native Azure AD authentication, or traditional Active Directory domain server. Point-to-site VPNs are a valuable tool for securely connecting remote workers to Azure resources. Let's explore what ExpressRoute is and the benefits it offers. ExpressRoute is a private connection from your network to Azure facilitated by a third-party connectivity provider. It allows you to extend your on-prem network into Azure, offering some more secure, reliable, and faster connections compared to those traversing the public internet. Benefits of ExpressRoute. ExpressRoute connections provide dynamic routing between your on-premises network and Microsoft via BGP, built-in redundancy, and a 99.95 connection uptime SLA. You can access Microsoft Azure and Office 365 services through ExpressRoute, with circuits available in bandwidth ranging from 50 Mbps to 10 Gbps. Flexible billing options. When deploying an express route circuit, you can choose between the unlimited data or meter data billing models. The express route premium add-on increases route limits and VNet links per circuit, offering global connectivity across regions. Welcome to VNet peering. If you need to connect two different Azure virtual networks, VNet peering is the solution. It seamlessly connects virtual networks, making them appear as one. The traffic between paired networks uses the Microsoft Backbone infrastructure, ensuring low latency, high bandwidth connectivity. Types of pairing. Azure supports two types of pairing: virtual network pairing and virtual network pairing. The former connects virtual networks within the same Azure region, while the latter connects networks in different Azure regions. Benefits of pairing. VNet pairing offers private, low latency connectivity between Azure resources in different virtual networks, even across different Azure subscriptions. Azure Active Directory tenants, and Azure regions. It also allows connections between networks created through different deployment models. Security and performance. Paired virtual networks remain private without the need for public internet, gateways, or encryption. Network latency between VMs on paired networks is comparable to that within a single virtual network. The security groups can be applied to block access if needed. Understanding cloud security posture management. So, what exactly is cloud security posture management? It's a term used to describe the security breaches arise from misconfiguration of cloud infrastructure and cloud based software. In the early days of cloud services, organizations lacked cloud experience when moving from on premises to the cloud, leading to the implementation of on premises security strategies in the new cloud environment. These exposed more points of ingress to bad actors than on premises infrastructure. The nature of the exposure and types of threats faced in the cloud are qualitatively different from on premises networks. Cloud security posture management has since expanded to include automated assessments, recommendations, and monitoring similar to security hygiene. CSPM tools provide security assessments for workloads and assessments along with ongoing resources monitoring, highlighting vulnerabilities and deviations from compliance and regulatory standards. In summary, cloud security posture management focuses on enhancing and hardening workload security and ongoing monitoring of your environment security supported on major cloud platforms like Azure, AWS, and GCP. So, are you ready to take your cloud security to the next level? Let's explore how cloud security posture management principles have been seamlessly integrating into Microsoft Defender for Cloud in Azure. Security Posture Score. The Security Posture Score is the key metrics that summarizes all your workloads and resources security status. With the ability to connect AWS and GCP accounts to Defender for Cloud, it's truly become a one-stop shop monitoring solution. Recommendations and remediations. Ideally, we would aim for a secure score of 100%, but with the ability to view and implement recommendations, we can steadily improve our security posture. Enhanced security features. Enabling enhanced security features and quick remediation options are essential components of a robust cloud security posture management tool. With Microsoft Defender for Cloud, you can easily enable additional paid for features and regulatory compliance assessments. With Microsoft Defender for Cloud in Azure, you can continuously enhance your cloud security posture and stay ahead of potential threats. Microsoft Defender for Cloud. Welcome to Microsoft Defender for Cloud, your comprehensive security solution for cloud workloads. Let's dive into what it is, what it does, and why you need it. Security posture management and threat protection. Microsoft Defender for Cloud is a powerful security posture management and threat protection tool. It safeguards your workloads from threats, tracks your security posture, and streamlines security management across Azure, hybrid, and cloud multi-cloud environments. Key features with secure score, security recommendations, and security alerts, Defender for Cloud provides a complete security solution. The secure score gives you an instant view of your security posture, while security recommendations guide you in hardening your resources. Security alerts notify you of any identified threats and can be seamlessly integrated with your existing security solutions. Workload protections. Defender for Cloud offers a range of workload protections, including Microsoft Defender for servers, storage, SQL containers, app service, Key Vault, Resource Manager DNS, and open source relational database. Each feature is designed to detect and mitigate specific security risks within your environment. Microsoft Defender for Cloud is a partner in maintaining a robust security posture for your cloud workloads. So stay protected and stay ahead with Defender for Cloud. So welcome to Protecting Resources with Defender for Cloud. Let's explore how Defender for Cloud safeguards Azure hybrid and multi-cloud resources. Azure native protection. Defender for Cloud automatically monitors and protects most Azure services and resources, deploying the log analytics agent when needed. It can detect threats against Azure PaaS services, data services, and networks. Hybrid cloud protection. In addition to Azure resources, Defender for Cloud protects non-Azure servers on premises by deploying Azure Arc and enabling enhanced security features. Multi-cloud protection. Connect AWS and GCP accounts to Defender for Cloud to protect resources on these platforms. Enable CSPM features. Microsoft Defender for Kubernetes and Microsoft Defender for servers to extend threat detection and defenses. Now let's explore how Defender for Cloud integrates with Microsoft Defender for Endpoint and how it streamlines the process of building tailored security policies. Integrating with Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. Defender for Cloud seamlessly integrates with Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, allowing you to view vulnerability findings and respond to them within Microsoft Threat and Vulnerability Management. These integration provides a comprehensive view of your security posture and simplifies the process of addressing vulnerabilities. Streamlining security policies. By leveraging Azure policy controls, Defender for Cloud enables you to configure and apply security policies across your entire environment. These means you can ensure that all your resources adhere to security best practices, making it easier to maintain a secure environment. Continuous assessment and defense. Defender for Cloud continuously accesses your environment, identifies vulnerabilities, and provides prioritized recommendations. It also offers just-in-time access for securing management ports and adaptive application controls to control app execution on your machines. So whether it's accessing vulnerabilities, applying secure configuration standards, or defending against threats, Defender for Cloud has you covered. Let's explore how to enable Defender for Cloud and its enhanced security features within your Azure subscription. Accessing Defender for Cloud. First, log into your Azure portal and navigate to Defender for Cloud. You can access it from the top menu bar or by searching for its in resources. Enabling enhanced security features. Once you are in Defender for Cloud, select Environment Settings under Management. Then choose your subscription and enable the enhanced security features by clicking on the appropriate box. Selecting resources. And next, select the resources you want to protect, such as servers and key vaults. You can enable or disable individual resources based on your preferences. Hover over the informational icons to review the pricing for each resource types. Remember, the first 30 days are free. Finally, save your option and you're all set. Your Defender for Cloud is now enabled for selected resources. Let's dive into the world of Azure Sentinel. This cloud native security information and event management system, or SIEM, offers a comprehensive suite of features to enhance your threat investigation and detection capabilities. Key features of Azure Sentinel. Azure Sentinel allows you to collect and view security analytics data and threat intelligence data across your entire enterprise. It enables you to detect previously undetected threats using Microsoft's analytics and threat intelligence, investigate critical incidents using artificial intelligence, and respond rapidly to incidents while automating protection of your environments. Implementation and integration. To implement Azure Sentinel, you can easily onboard it by connecting to your security sources through numerous connectors available right out of the box. Once connected, you can monitor the data by using the integration with Azure Monitor workbooks that Azure Sentinel offers. Automation and orchestration. Built on the foundation of Azure Logic Apps, Azure Sentinel offers automation and orchestration features that allow you to automate common tasks and simplify security orchestration with playbooks. With over 200 connectors available, you can integrate with various services such as ServiceNow, Zendesk, Slack, and more. Deep investigation and community. Azure Sentinel also offers deep investigation tools and hunting capabilities to proactively hunt for security threats across all your organization's data sources. Additionally, you can leverage the Azure Sentinel community to improve your threat detection and automation with resources created by Microsoft security analysts. In a nutshell, Azure Sentinel empowers you to collect security data, threat, detect threats, investigate critical incidents, and respond to security threats. Introducing Microsoft Defender for Identity. So, security solution Microsoft Defender for Identity, originally known as Azure Advanced Threat Protection, is a security solution that leverages on prem Active Directory to identity, detect, and investigate threats and compromised identities. It uses learning based analytics to monitor user behavior and activities, protecting Active Directory user identities and credentials. Behavioral baseline. The solutions creates a behavioral baseline for each user in the organization, identifying behavior anomalies and providing insights into suspicious activities and events. These helps reveal threats and compromised users that need to be addressed. Identity protection. Defender for Cloud provides insights into identity configurations and security best practices, reducing the attack surface in the organization and making it harder for attackers to steal your credentials. Preventing threats. Features like visual lateral movement paths help prevent lateral movements within the organizations to compromise sensitive accounts. The solution also offers security reports to identify users and devices using clear text passwords, improving security posture. Real time security. Designed to provide relevant security alerts in real time, Defender for Identity seamlessly integrates with Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, offering a layer of device security through threat detection and protection against operating system threats. Welcome to the architecture of Microsoft Defender for Identity. Let's explore the key components that make up these powerful security offerings. Defender for Identity Sensors. Microsoft Defender for Identity uses proprietary sensors installed on your on-prem AD domain controller to monitor network traffic and Windows events. These sensors capture data, allowing the system to detect anomalies and warn about any suspicious activities. Defender for Identity Cloud Service. The Defender for Identity Cloud Service processes the past data into usable insights. It runs on Azure infrastructure and is connected to Microsoft Intelligent Security Graph. Defender for Identity Portal. The Defender for Identity Portal is where you manage Defender for Identity, create your instances, display received data, monitor your environments for threat, and manage and investigate those threats. In conclusion, the three main components of Defender for Identity, the sensors, cloud services, and portal, work together seamlessly to provide comprehensive security insights and management. Welcome to Planning for Microsoft Defender for Identity. We'll take a look at some of the key requirements and prerequisites that you must meet before deploying and using Microsoft Defender for Identity. Prerequisites and licenses. To create a Defender for Identity instance, you will need an Azure AD tenant with at least one global admin or one security admin. Additionally, you need to own either an Enterprise Mobility Plus Security E5 license, a license for Microsoft 365 E5, A5, or G5, or a Microsoft 365 E5, A5, or G5 security licenses. Account requirements. Before deploying Defender for Identity, you should identify the AD domain controllers that you plan to install sensors on. You will also need either a standard AD user account or a group managed service account or GMSA with read access to all objects in the monitored domains. Installation and configuration. The Defender for Identity sensor requires a minimum of 5 GB of disk space, 2 CPU cores, and 6 GB of RAM. The servers and the DCs with the sensors installed must have their time synchronized to within 5 minutes of each other. In conclusion, the Defender for Identity standalone sensors can be installed on Windows Server 2012 R2 or on Windows Server 2016, including Server Core. The server you installed it on can be either a domain member or it can belong to a workgroup. Welcome to Protecting Against Phishing, Malware, and Spam with Exchange Online Protection EOP. EOP uses anti spam policies to safeguard Exchange Online mailboxes and on prem mailboxes with a standalone EOP subscription from spam. Admins can customize anti spam policies and create custom ones if needed, providing tailored protection for users, groups, or admins within the organization. Advanced anti-phishing features. Defender for Office 365 offers advanced anti-phishing features, including anti-phishing policies, campaign views, and attack simulators. These tools allow you to create custom policies, configure anti-impersonation settings, and set adjustable advanced phishing thresholds to protect against phishing threats. Anti-malware policies. Anti-malware policies are crucial for protecting against dangerous malware. Each policy consists of a malware filter policy and a malware filter rule, allowing you to specify receipt notification settings, sender and admin notification, ZAP, and common attachment types filter settings. Default anti-malware policy. A default anti-malware policy called default is automatically applied to all recipients within the organization, providing basic protections. Custom anti-malware policies take precedence over the default policy, ensuring tailored protection against malware threats. Safe links and safe attachments. So, want to take your email security to the next level? Let's talk about Defender for Office 365, safe links and safe attachments. Safe links protection. Defender for Office 365 safe links provide URL scanning and rewriting of inbound email messages, verifying URLs and links at the time of click. This protection extends to email messages, Microsoft Teams, and Office 365 apps. But remember, you will need to create at least one safe link policy to get started. Safe link policies. You can configure safe link policies to control the protection provided in email messages and Teams. And don't forget, safe links protection in Office 365 apps is available in supported desktop, mobile, and web apps. Safe attachments protection. It provides additional protection for email attachments that have already been scanned by anti-malware protection in EOP. Just like with safe links, you will need to create at least one safe attachment policy to get this protection. So with safe links and safe attachments, you can add extra layer of security to your email and Office 365 experience. Welcome to an introduction to Microsoft Cloud App Security. So Microsoft Cloud App Security is a cloud access security broker, CASP, that provides organizations with control over data travel and analytics to identify and mitigate cyber threats across all Microsoft's and third-party cloud services. Key features: it offers log collection, API connectors, and a reverse proxy, allowing organizations to classify sensitivity information and prevent data leakage. Architecture: the typical architecture of cloud app security involves cloud discovery to map the cloud environment, app connectors to visibility and governance, and conditional access app control for real-time visibility and control over access to cloud apps. Licensing and setup. Microsoft Cloud App Security is a user-based subscription service licensed on a per user per month basis. To set up Cloud App Security, you must be a global administrator or a security administrator in Active Azure Directory or Office 365. Get started with Microsoft Cloud App Security today and take control of your organization's cloud security. So let's discover the power of cloud discovery in cloud app security. Cloud discovery is a crucial part of the cloud app security. It dynamically discovers and analyzes cloud apps used by your organization by examining traffic logs. With over 16,000 cloud apps in its catalog, it ranks and scores each app on over 80 risk factors to provide ongoing visibility into your organization's cloud use and any associated risks. Dashboard Insights. The Cloud Discovery Dashboard offers an overview of apps used in the organization, open alerts, risk levels, and top app users. It allows you to filter and create specific views based on your interests. Visualize your data. The dashboards provide detailed insights, including app categories, specific discovered apps, geographical distribution of apps, top users, app traffic breakdown by risk level, and open alerts. So, empower your organization with cloud discovery in cloud app security. Uncover, analyze, and manage your cloud apps usage effectively. So, are you aware of the potential security risk posed by third party apps permission in your organization's cloud environment? So, let's explore how Microsoft Cloud App Security can help you manage and monitor these permissions effectively. So, monitoring app permissions. When it comes to protecting your users and applications, visibility and control are crucial. Microsoft Cloud App Security allows you to monitor and auth applications installed in your environment, providing insights into their access to Office 365, Google Workspace, and Salesforce data. Managing permissions. Using the auth app page, you can view, ban, approve, and audit specific apps. You have the power to revoke permissions, notify users about necessary permission changes, and even report potential malicious apps to the Cloud App Security team. By leveraging the capabilities of Microsoft Cloud App Security, you can proactively safeguard your organizations against security threats arising from third party app permissions. Stay informed, stay in control. Empower your organization with the tools to manage third party app permissions effectively. Microsoft Cloud App Security, your key to a secure cloud environment. Let's talk about log collectors and how they automate the upload of logs from your network to cloud app security. Log collection process. Log collectors deployed on the network receives logs via syslog or FTP. The collected logs are then processed, compressed, and transmitted to the portal. FTP logs are immediately uploaded to Microsoft Cloud App Security, while syslogs are first written to disk by the log collector and then uploaded once the final size hits 40 KB. Backup and deletion. Once uploaded, logs are moved to a backup directory stored in last 20 logs. New logs arriving trigger the deletion of older logs. Log file collection setup. Before setting up automatic log file collection, ensure that your log matches the expected log type. This is crucial for log cloud app security to pass the log files effectively. Enhance visibility. Cloud Discovery relies on detailed traffic logs to provide visibility into cloud apps in use. Detailed reports lead to enhanced visibility. In summary, cloud app security and cloud discovery depends on log uploads for visibility into cloud apps. Let's dive into how Microsoft Cloud App Security connects with your application using app connectors. Connecting apps with app connectors. Microsoft Cloud App Security uses app connectors to connect your applications, providing enhanced visibility and control. These app connectors utilize the APIs from the app providers to ensure encrypted communication using HTTPS. How app connectors work. When connected to an app, Cloud App Security scans and saves authentication permissions, performs user scans, and scans for activities and files related to the app. This continuous scanning provides visibility into users, groups, activities, and files on a regular basis. API connection and visibility. The API connection enables visibility into various items such as users, accounts, profile information, and audit trials for user activities, admin activities, and sign on activities. Additionally, app permissions, account governance, data governance, and app permission governance are made available. Supported apps and connector requirements. Cloud App Catalog. The Cloud App Catalog is a crucial component of cloud app security, providing risk rating based on regulatory certification, industry standards, and best practices. Data extraction and analysis. Data is automatically extracted from cloud apps within the catalog, including SOC 2 compliance, terms of service, sign in URLs, and privacy policies. Advanced data extraction is also performed by cloud app security algorithms, analyzing attributes like HTTP security headers. The Cloud App Security Cloud Analyst team continuously reviews this information. Filtering apps. The catalog allows organizations to filter apps based on compliance risk factors and security risk. Factors. Ensuring they meet specific security requirements. Basic and advanced filters such as app tags, categories, and risk scores enable users to build simple or complex filters. Requesting updates. User can request updates to risk factors, scores, and app data through the Cloud App Catalog, ensuring the information remains current and relevant. Get a comprehensive overview of all the important information about your organization apps in the main Cloud App Security dashboard. It's a comprised of information cards, each displaying summary information with links for deeper investigation. Discover the number of open alerts, recent alerts, and a graph of the alert status distribution. View the number of discovered apps, app risk distribution, and top app categories by traffic. Identify users that need investigation and the number of apps protected by conditional access app control. Explore the number of API connected app instances, files infected with malware, and hardly used OAuth apps with highly privileged permissions. Monitor Azure and AWS security configuration recommendations as well as data loss prevention alerts over the last 30 days. In addition to the main dashboard, there are other dashboards available to investigate apps in your environment. The app dashboard overview pane provides usage graphs per number of users, while the app dashboard info pane shows app details, security, and compliance. Managing alerts in cloud app security. Let's deep dive into how effectively manage alerts to protect your cloud environment. Cloud app alerts help you identify suspicious activities and policy violations within your cloud environment. For example, an admin sign on from an unusual location could be a cause of concern. In the Cloud App Security dashboard, you can filter alerts by type and severity to prioritize your response. When investigating alerts, you will encounter serious violation, questionable violations, and authorized violations or anomalous behavior. Depending on the type of alert, you may need to take immediate action, conduct further investigation, or dismiss the alert if it's a benign or false positive. It's important to provide commentary when dismissing alerts to improve further detections. By effectively monitoring alerts, you can proactively protect your cloud environments from various security threats and policy violations. Welcome to Data Management Reports. Using Microsoft Cloud App Security, you can generate reports that provide an overview of files in your cloud apps. To access these reports, click the vertical ellipses in the upper right corner of the screen and select Data Management Reports. You can run a data sharing overview report on dashboard sharing by domain report or a report on owners of shared files. The data sharing overview report lists the number of files broken down by access permissions that are stored in each of your cloud apps. The outbound sharing by domain report displays the different domains that your employees have shared corporate files with. It also shows which files are shared, which users are sharing those files with each domain, and who the collaborator files are shared with. Owners of Shared Files report. The Owners of Shared Files report shows which users are sharing corporate files with the outside world. In this report, turns up a user who shares an inordinate number of files. You probably want to poke around and find out why. To investigate, you use the Files tab and contact the user to discuss their external sharing activities. Let's dive into compliance policies in Intune, Microsoft cloud-based service for mobile device management and mobile application management. Intune allows us to control how your organization devices are used from mobile phones to laptops. We can configure specific policies to control applications like preventing emails from being sent to people outside the organization. Device management and compliance. Intune integrates with Azure Active Directory to control access and integrates with Azure Information Protection for data security. It's part of Microsoft Enterprise Mobility and Security Suite, allowing us to deploy Microsoft apps to devices whether they are organization owned or personal. Implementing compliance policies. We can use Intune to define compliance policies for devices, monitoring their compliance status and taking actions if they are non-compliant. These policies can include requiring passwords, encryption, OS version requirements, and more. Enforcing compliance. If a device is non-compliant, Intune can block access to company resources or notify end users, ensuring a secure and compliant environment. So with Intune, we can ensure that our organization's devices are secure and compliant, whether they are organization owned or personal. Welcome to our guide on understanding Microsoft Secure Score, a powerful tool for improving your organization's security posture. When you visit security.microsoft.com and click Secure Score, you will see your secure score represented as a percentage, along with a graphic showing historical performance. These single number measures your preparedness for various threats and is broken down into multiple categories to align with different security goals. Improvement actions. Under top improvement actions, you will find a list of suggestions by Microsoft, along with a detailed history of your actions and their impact on your score. By clicking View All, You can access the full list of improvements actions and delve into each policy's details, including its impact, implementation instructions, and scope. Metrics and trends. In the Metrics and Trends tab, you can set a secure score zone to track your performance and visualize your progress. These tools also helps you monitor increases and regressions, as well as view the risk you have accepted. Microsoft Secure Score is not only a planning and execution tool, but also a monitoring and security management suite. It provides an API for reporting and integration into Microsoft Graph and other services, making it accessible to all stakeholders. Start using Microsoft Secure Score today and to enhance your organization security posture. Welcome to our discussions on cybersecurity threat response strategy. Just like firefighters putting out fires, our approach involves detection, diagnosis, and prevention. Let's dive into the details. Threat detection. To start, we establish policies for detecting suspicious activities within our organization. The key is to have some form of notification in place, which can be adjusted over time. These ensures that we are alerted to all the suspicious activity we want to know about. Diagnosing the threat. Once alerted, we move on to diagnosing the type of threat. Different threats require different responses, so accurate diagnosis is crucial. Identifying affected resources and accessing the scope of impact are essential steps in this process. Remediation. In the case of a live threat, such as ransomware, immediate remediation to contain or remove the threat is crucial. We confirm that the threat has been isolated or removed and proceed to restore any lost data. Threat prevention. Lastly, prevention is key. Educating users on recognizing suspicious links and providing regular security awareness trainings are essential. It's a continuous process of finding the right balance between security and convenience for our organization's need. Ever wondered how to protect your data without affecting productivity? Let's dive into the world of sensitivity labels in Microsoft 365. So, what are sensitivity labels? Sensitivity labels are like customizable stamps for your organization's data. They allow you to create different categories for the sensitivity levels of content, such as personal, public, general, confidential, and highly confidential documents. Key features. Sensitivity labels encrypt and watermark files, restrict actions on document, and can be used across multiple devices and platforms. They can even protect content in third-party apps and services, like Dropbox, and extend to Power BI and Azure Purview Assist. Application and integration. Sensitivity labels are stored in the metadata of files and emails, making them persistent and integrable into existing workflows. You can apply them automatically or recommend them for manual application. Sensitivity labels are a powerful tool to classify and protect data across your organization without hindering productivity. So, next time you need to safeguard your documents, think sensitivity labels. Welcome to an introduction to Activity Explorer in Microsoft 365. What is an Activity Explorer? Activity Explorer is a powerful tool within the Microsoft 365 Compliance Center that allows you to review activity related to content containing sensitive information or labeled content. Access and functionality. You can use Activity Explorer to track label changes and file modifications across Exchange, SharePoint, OneDrive, and endpoint devices, enabling and accessing. Before using Activity Explorer, ensure auditing is enabled and that you have the necessary licensing permissions and roles assigned. In summary, Activity Explorer provides a historical view of activities on labeled content, offering valuable insights into your organization's data usage. Welcome to the world of data governance in Microsoft 365, where you will explore how to manage the life cycle of your organization's content across Various digital environments. Data governance in Microsoft 365. Data governance, also known as information governance, is crucial for managing content across Microsoft 365, different clouds, and hybrid environments. It involves retaining necessary data for business, regulatory, and legal requirements while removing unnecessary data to reduce risks. Retention policies. Retention policies play a key role in data governance. Organizations, wide policies and label driven policies help retain or delete content based on specific timeframes, events, or user classifications. Automated application of retention labels. Retention labels can be automatically applied to sensitivity data, specific words, phrases, or metadata, ensuring that the right content is retained or deleted based on predefined criteria. Welcome to retention policies and retention labels. We are going to take a look at what retention policies are, what retention labels are, and what roles each play. So, retention labels and retention policies are both used to manage and govern information. They work together to ensure that organizational data is retained only for the necessary time and permanently deleted when no longer needed. Roles of retention policies and retention labels. Organizations apply retention labels to data and assign retention policies to adhere to industry regulations and internal data governance policies. They mitigate legal and security risk by ensuring old data is permanently deleted when no longer needed. Retention labels and policies are used to ensure users work with current data and to retain documents without letting users know during litigation. They can be used with SharePoint content, OneDrive content, Microsoft Teams, Yammer content, and Exchange content. The key takeaway is that retention labels and retention policies are used in combination to manage and govern content, ensuring it's retained for only the necessary time and permanently deleted when no longer needed. Ever wondered what data loss prevention in Microsoft 365 is all about? Let's dive in and find out more. So, what is data loss prevention in Microsoft 365? Data loss prevention DLP in Microsoft 365 is a set of tools designed to safeguard sensitive data from loss, misuse, or unauthorized access. It classifies and identifies violations of policies for confidential, business critical, or regulated data. Why use data loss prevention? Businesses use DLP to adhere to regulations like HIPAA, GDPR, and PSI DSS and to protect intellectual property and confidential data. It's crucial for safeguarding information from internal and external threats and to maintain the organization reputation. What information can we protect? DLP can detect and protect sensitive information such as credit card numbers, bank account details, passport numbers, and personally identifiable information. Services and plans. DLP is supported across multiple Microsoft 365 services, including OneDrive, SharePoint, Exchange, and Microsoft Teams. It's available in specific Microsoft 365 plans, and the list of plans can be found on the Microsoft documentation for Microsoft 365 licensing guidance for security and compliance. How data loss prevention works. DLP policies consist of rules with conditions and actions applied to specific locations. For example, a rule can detect and block emails containing credit card numbers in Exchange. Encryption, as defined by Microsoft, is the process of making data unreadable and unusable to unauthorized viewers. It's like a code that you cannot decipher without a special key that tells you how to do so. Symmetric versus asymmetric encryption. There are two types of encryption, symmetric and asymmetric. Symmetric encryption uses a special key to encrypt and decrypt the data, while asymmetric encryption requires a pair of keys, a public key and a private key. Hashing and salting. Hashing, unlike encryption, relies on an algorithm to convert text to a unique fixed length value. It's commonly used to store passwords. To add another layer of security, there's a salting, which involves adding additional values to the end of entered passwords to change the hash value produced. Data states and encryption. Data can be in a state of rest, transit, or in use. Depending on the state of the data, encryption methods may vary. Data at rest may be encrypted with symmetric encryption, while data in transit tends to utilize asymmetric encryption. Azure encryption features. Let's dive into the world of Azure encryption features and understand how Azure keeps your data secure. Azure Storage Service Encryption. Azure Storage Service Encryption automatically encrypts data at rest, protecting it in Azure Managed Disks, Azure Blob Storage, Azure Files, or Azure Queue Storage. These encryption uses a 256-bit AES encryption and is enabled for all storage accounts. Azure Disk Encryption. Azure Disk Encryption safeguards Windows and Linux virtual machines with full volume encryption, and encryption keys can be stored and managed within the Azure Key Vault, providing an extra layer of security. Transparent Data Encryption. Transparent Data Encryption (RTDE) encrypts and decrypts data and log files in real time, providing robust protection for SQL Server, Azure SQL Database, and Azure Synapse Analytics data files. Azure offers a range of encryption features from Azure Storage Service Encryption to transparent data encryption, ensuring that your data is secure at every level. So are you ready to dive into the world of core e-discovery in Microsoft 365? Let's explore the basics of these powerful tools together. The core e-discovery workflow. The core e-discovery workflow in Microsoft 365 is a fundamental process that involves creating a case, setting up e-discovery holes, conducting searches, and exporting relevant content. It's a comprehensive tool designed to streamline the e-discovery process. Preserving and searching content. One of the key features of core e-discovery is the ability to preserve content in specific locations and conduct targeted searches using keywords, properties, and conditions. These ensures that you can effectively locate and the information you need for your investigation. Exporting search results. Once you have found the relevant content, the export process allows you to download the search results for further review. This two-step process ensures that you can securely access and analyze the content on your local computer. Ready to harness the power of core e-discovery in Microsoft 365? Understanding authentication, authorization, and federation. Authentication is also known as auth-n, is the process of proving someone is who they say they are. In Azure, a username is who you are, while a password is the proof that validates who you are. Both the ID and password are used to authenticate your identity. Authorization is auth is the allowance of permissions that an individual has. It's the level of permissions a user has to data and resources. For example, one user might have access to document A but not the document B, while other user may have access to both. Trying it all together, consider the process of spending a night at a hotel. The validation of your ID and the issuance of your room key represents authentication, while the specific room key granting access only to your room is an example of authorization. Federation is the ability to cross organizational or domain boundaries with trust relationships between multiple different identity providers. It allows users a simple single set of credentials to access multiple different domains, simplifying management and reducing confusion. So let's discover the ins and outs of Azure Policy. Azure Policy is a service that governs Azure resources by enforcing organizational standards and accessing compliance at scale. It evaluates all resources within Azure to ensure they match specific business rules, maintaining compliances across an organization. Azure Policy versus Azure Role-Based Access Control. Azure Policy maintains compliance of resources, while Azure role-based access control manages user permissions. Azure policy holds the trump card when challenged, ensuring resources remain compliant. Balancing both tools is crucial for maintaining compliance within your organization Azure environment. Azure policy is a crucial tool for ensuring compliance within an Azure environment. It evaluates businesses' rules and resources properties to determine compliance. Policy definitions, also known as business rules, are described using JSON format. They can be assigned through the Azure portal, PowerShell, or Azure CLI, and each has its own conditions and effects. Policy initiatives. Policy initiatives are collections of policies definitions designed to achieve an overarching goal. These are managed through initiative definitions, simplifying the management of policy definitions by grouping them as a single item. Compliance evaluation. Azure policy uses policy and initiative definitions to evaluate resources for compliance. Evaluation is triggered automatically under various circumstances, including resource creation, deletion, or updates. Effect of non-compliance. When non-compliant resources are found, organizations can respond in various ways, such as denying the resource change, logging the change, or altering the resource. Azure policies effects determine what happens when a policy rule is matched, such as automatically blocking non-compliant actions.
Now let's dive into 152 real exam question answers for SC-900 exam. These question answers PDF is also available to download from our website.
Question number 1. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: all Azure Active Directory license editions include the same features. You can manage an Azure Active Directory tenant by using the Azure portal. You must deploy Azure virtual machines to host an Azure Active Directory tenant. So the right answers are, so the first statement is false, the second statement is true, and the third statement is false. So Microsoft Azure Active Directory is a comprehensive identity and access management cloud solution that combines core directory services, applications access management, and advanced identity protection. Azure Active Directory comes in 4 editions: free, Office 365 apps, Premium P1, and Premium P2. The free edition is included with the subscription of a commercial online service, example Azure Dynamics 365, Intune, and Power Platform. Question number 2. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Dash provides best practices from Microsoft employees, partners, and customers, including tools and guidance to assist in an Azure deployment. And you have 4 options: Azure Blueprints, Azure Policy, the Microsoft Cloud Adoption Framework for Azure, a resource log. So the right answer is the Microsoft Cloud Adoption Framework for Azure. The Cloud Adoption Framework is a collection of documentation, implementation guidance, best practices, and tools that are proven guidance from Microsoft designed to accelerate your cloud adoption journey. Question number 3. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. So dash is used to identify, hold, and export electronic information that might be used in an investigation. And you have 4 options: customer logbox, data loss prevention DLP, e-discovery, a resource log. So the right answer is option E, discovery.
So electronic discovery or e-discovery is the process of identifying and delivering electronic information that can be used as evidence in legal cases. You can use e-discovery tools in Microsoft Purview to search for content in Exchange Online, OneDrive for Business, SharePoint Online, Microsoft Teams, Microsoft 365 Groups, and Yammer Teams. You can search mailboxes and sites in the e-discovery search and then export the search results. You can use Microsoft Purview e-discovery cases to identify, hold, and export content found in mailboxes and sites. If your organization has an Office 365 E5 or Microsoft 365 E5 subscription, you can further manage, custodian, and analyze content by using the feature-rich Microsoft Purview e-discovery solution in Microsoft 365. Question number 4. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. You can manage Microsoft Intune by using and you have 4 options: Azure Active Directory Admin Center, Microsoft 365 Compliance Center, Microsoft 365 Defender Portal, Microsoft Endpoint Manager Admin Center. So the right answer is Microsoft Endpoint Manager Admin Center. So the Endpoint Manager combines services you may know and already be using, including Microsoft Intune, Configuration Manager, Desktop Analytics, Co-Management, and Windows Autopilot. These services are part of the Microsoft 365 stack to help secure access, protect data, respond to risk, and manage risk. Question number 5. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Federation is used to establish dash between organizations. And you have 4 options: multi-factor authentication, MFA, a trust relationship, user account synchronization, a VPN connection. So the right answer is a trust relationship. So federation is a collection of domains that have established trust. The level of trust may vary, but typically includes authentication and almost always include authorization. A typical federation might include a number of organizations that have established trust for shared access to a set of resources. Question number 6. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: applying system updates increases an organization's secure score in Microsoft Defender for Cloud. The secure score in Microsoft Defender for Cloud can evaluate resources across multiple Azure subscriptions. Enabling multi-factor authentication increases an organization's secure score in Microsoft Defender for Cloud. So the right answers are all the statements are true. System updates reduces security vulnerabilities and provide a more stable environment for end users. Not applying updates leaves unpatched vulnerabilities and results in environments that are susceptible to attacks. If you only use a password to authenticate a user, it leaves an attack vector open. With MFA enabled, your accounts are more secure. Question number 7. Which score measures an organization's progress in completing actions that help reduce risk associated to data protection and regularity standards? And we have 4 options. Option A, Microsoft Secure Score. Option B, Productivity Score. Option C, Secure Score in Azure Security Center. And option D, Compliance Score. So the right answer is option D, Compliance Score. So Microsoft Purview Compliance Manager is a feature in the Microsoft Purview Compliance portal that helps you manage your organization compliance requirements with greater ease and convenience.
Compliance Manager can help you throughput your compliance journey from taking inventory of your data protection risks to managing the complexities of implementing controls, staying current with regulations and certifications, and reporting to auditors. Question number 8. What do you use to provide real-time integration between Azure, Sentinel, and another security source? And you have four options. Option A, Azure AD Connect. Option B, a log analytics workspace. Option C, Azure Information Protection. And option D, a connector. So the right answer is option D, a connector. To onboard Azure Sentinel, you first need to connect your security sources. Azure Sentinel comes with a number of connectors for Microsoft solutions, including Microsoft 365 Defender solution and Microsoft 365 sources, including Office 365, Azure AD, Microsoft Defender for Identity, and Microsoft Cloud App Security, etc. Question number 9. Which Microsoft portal provides information about how Microsoft Cloud Services compile with regulatory standard, such as International Organization for Standardization, ISO? And you have four options. Option A, the Microsoft Endpoint Manager Admin Center. Option B, the Azure Cost Management Plus Billing. Option C, Microsoft Service Trust Portal. And option D, the Azure Active Directory Admin Center. So the right answer is option C, Microsoft Service Trust Portal. The Microsoft Service Trust Portal contains details about Microsoft implementation of controls and processes that protects our cloud services and the customer data therein, provides a wealth of security implementations and design information with the goal of making it easier for you to meet regulatory compliance objectives by understanding how Microsoft Cloud Services keep your data secure. Question number 10. In the shared responsibility model for an Azure deployment, what is Microsoft solely responsible for managing? And you have four options. Option A, the management of mobile devices. Option B, the permissions for the user data stored in Azure. Option C, the creation and management of user accounts. And option D, the management of the physical hardware. So the right answer is option D, the management of the physical hardware. So there's a diagram showing responsibility zones. Question number 11. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: verify explicitly is one of the guiding principle of zero trust. Assume breach is one of the guiding principle of zero trust. And the zero trust security model assumes that a firewall secures the internal network from external threats. So let's see the answers. So the first two statements are true and the third statement is false. So zero trust is a security strategy. It is not a product or service, but an approach in designing and implementing the following set of security principles. Verify explicitly, use least privilege access, assume breach. So this is the core of zero trust. Instead of believing everything behind the corporate firewall is safe, the zero trust model assumes breach and verifies each request as though it originated from an uncontrolled network, regardless of where the request originates or what resources it accesses. The zero trust model teaches us to never trust, always verify.
Question number 12. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. Control is a key privacy principle of Microsoft. Transparency is a key privacy principle of Microsoft. Shared responsibility is a key privacy principle of Microsoft. So the right answers are, so the first two statements are true and the third statement is false. So the 6 privacy principles of Microsoft are, so number 1, control. We will put you in control of your privacy with easy to use tools and clear choices. And number 2, transparency. We will be transparent about data collection and use so you can make informed decisions. Number 3, security. We will protect the data you entrust to us through strong security and encryption. Number 4, strong legal protections. We will respect your local privacy laws and fight for legal protection of your privacy as a fundamental human right. Number 5, no content-based targeting. We will not use your email, chat files, or other personal content to target ads to you. And number 6, benefits to you. When we do collect data, we will use it to benefit you and to make your experience better. Question number 13. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Dash a file makes the data in the file readable and usable to viewers that have the appropriate key. And you have 4 options: archiving, compressing, deduplicating, encrypting. So the right answer is encrypting. So encryption is the process of encoding information. This process converts the original representation of the information known as plain text into an alternative form known as ciphertext. Ideally, only authorized parties can decipher a ciphertext back to plain text and access the original information. Question number 14. For each of the following statement, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: digitally signing a document requires a private key. Verifying the authenticity of a digitally signed document requires the public key of the signer. Verifying the authenticity of a digitally signed document requires the private key of the signer. So the right answers are, so the first statement is true, the second statement is true, and the third statement is false. So a certificate is required that provides a private and a public key, and the public key is used to validate the private key that is associated with the digital signature. So as the private key is only used by the signer to sign the document, and the associated public key is used to verify the authenticity. Question number 15. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. When users sign in to the Azure portal, they are first, and you have 4 options: assigned permissions, authenticated, authorized, resolved. So the right answer is authenticated. Authentication is who you say you are, and authorization is what permissions to do you have. Question number 16. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Dash is the process of identifying whether a signed in user can access a specific resource. And the options are authentication, authorization, federation, and single sign-on. So the right answer is authorization. So legitimacy of a user is checked first, authentication. Later the permissions rules are checked to give him authorization to work on resources. Question number 17. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Dash enables collaboration with business partners from external organizations such as suppliers, partners, and vendors. External users appear as a guest users in the directory. And you have four options: Active Directory Domain Services, ADDS, Active Directory Forest Trusts, Azure Active Directory Business to Business, B2B, Azure Active Directory Business to Consumer, B2C. So the right answer is Azure Active Directory Business to Business, B2B. So Azure Active Directory Business to Business collaboration is a feature within external identities that lets you invite guest users to collaborate with your organization. With B2B collaboration, you can securely share your company's applications and services with guest users from any other organization while maintaining control over your own corporate data. Question number 18. In the Microsoft Cloud Adoption Framework for Azure, which two phases are addressed before the ready phase? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. And you have five options. Option A, plan. Option B, manage. Option C, adopt. Option D, govern. And option E, define strategy. So the right answers are option A, plan, and option E, define strategy. So the Cloud Adoption Framework brings together cloud adoption best practices from Microsoft employees, partners, and customers. The framework provides tools, guidance, and narratives. The tools it includes helps you shape your technology, business, and people strategies to achieve the best business outcomes possible through your cloud adoption effort. Cloud Adoption Framework is strategy, plan, ready, adopt, govern, and manage. Question number 19. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: in software as a service, applying service packs to applications is the responsibility of the organization. In infrastructure as a service, managing the physical network is the responsibility of the cloud provider. In all Azure cloud deployment types, managing the security of information and data is the responsibility of the organization. So the right answers are, so the first statement is false and the second and third statements are true. So for all cloud deployment types, you own your data and identities. You are responsible for protecting the security of your data and identities, on-premises resources, and the cloud components you control. Question number 20. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. Azure AD Connect can be used to implement hybrid identity. Hybrid identity requires the implementation of two Microsoft 365 tenants. Authentication of hybrid identifiers requires the synchronization of Active Directory domain services and Azure Active Directory. So the right answers are, so the first statement is true, and the second statement is false, and the third statement is true. So hybrid identity uses accounts that originate in an on-premises ADDS and have a copy in the Azure AD tenant of Microsoft 365 subscription. Most changes, with the exception of specific account attributes, only flow one way. Changes that you make to ADDS user accounts are synchronized to their copy in Azure AD. Azure AD Connect provides the ongoing account synchronization. It runs on an on-premises server, checks for the changes in the ADDS, and forwards those changes to Azure AD. Azure AD Connect provides the ability to filter which accounts are synchronized and whether to synchronize a hashed version of user passwords known as password hash synchronization. When you implement hybrid in identity, your on-premises ADDS is the authoritative source for account information. This means that you perform administration tasks mostly on premises, which are then synchronized to Azure AD. Question number 21. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. So Dash provides benchmark recommendations and guidance for protecting Azure services. And you have four options: Azure Application Insights, Azure Network Watcher, Log Analytics Workspaces, and Security Baselines for Azure. So the right answer is Security Baselines for Azure. The Azure Security Benchmark provides recommendations on how you can secure your cloud solutions on Azure. The content is grouped by the security controls defined by the Azure Security Benchmark and the related guidance applicable to cloud services. When a feature has relevant Azure policy definitions, they are listed in this baseline. To help you measure compliance to the Azure Security Benchmark, controls and recommendations, some recommendations may require a paid Microsoft Defender plan to enable certain security scenarios. Question number 22. What is an example of encryption at rest? And you have four options. Option A, encrypting communication by using a site-to-site VPN. Option B, encrypting a virtual machine disk. Option C, accessing a website by using an encrypted HTTPS connection. Option D, sending an encrypted email. So the right answer is option B, encrypting a virtual machine disk. So encryption is the secure encoding of data used to protect confidentiality of data. The encryption at rest design in Azure use symmetric encryption to encrypt and decrypt large amount of data quickly according to a simple conceptual model. A symmetric encryption key is used to encrypt data as it is written to storage. The same encryption key is used to decrypt that data as it is read for use in memory. Data may be partitioned and different keys may be used for each partition. Keys must be stored in a secure location with identity-based access control and audit policies. Data encryption keys which are stored outside of secure locations are encrypted with a key encryption key kept in a secure location. Question number 23. Which three statements accurately describe the guiding principles of zero trust? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. And you have five options. Option A, define the perimeter by physical locations. Option B, use identity as the primary security boundary. Option C, always verify the permissions of a user explicitly. Option D, always assume that the user system can be breached. And option E, use the network as the primary security boundary. So the right answer is option B, C, and option D. So zero trust is a security strategy. It is not a product or a service, but an approach in designing and implementing the following set of security principles. Verify explicitly, use least privilege access, and assume breach.
Question number 24. Which service should you use to view your Azure Secure Score? To answer, select the appropriate services in the answer area. So the right answer area is Security Center. So Defender for Cloud displays your SEC score prominently in the portal. It's the first main tile, the Defender for Cloud overview page. Selecting this tile takes you to the dedicated secure score page where you will see the score broken down by subscription. Select a single subscription to see the detailed list of prioritized recommendations and the potential impact that remediating them will have on the subscription score. Question number 25. You are evaluating the compliance score in Compliance Manager. Match the compliance score action subcategories to the appropriate actions. To answer, drag the appropriate action subcategory from the column on the left to its actions on the right. Each action subcategory may be used once, more than once, or not at all. Each correct match is worth 1 point. So action subcategories are corrective, detective, preventative. So let's see the right answers are. So preventative for encrypt data at rest, detective perform a system access audit, corrective makes configuration changes in responsive to a security incident. So preventative actions address specific risks. For example, protecting information at rest using encryption is a preventative action against attacks and breaches. Separation of duties is a preventative action to manage conflict of interest and guard against fraud. And detective actions actively monitor systems to identify irregular conditions or behaviors that represents risk or that can be used to detect intrusions or breaches. Examples include system access auditing and privileged administrative actions. Regulatory compliance audits are a type of detective actions used to find process issues. Corrective actions try to keep the adverse effects of a security incident to a minimum, take corrective actions to reduce the immediate effect, and reverse the damage if possible. Privacy incident response is a corrective action to limit damage and restore systems to an operational state breach after a breach. Question number 26. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Compliance Manager can be directly accessed from the, and you have four options: Microsoft 365 Admin Center, Microsoft 365 Defender Portal, Microsoft 365 Compliance Center, and Microsoft Support Portal. So the right answer is Microsoft 365 Compliance Center. So sign into Compliance Manager to go to the Microsoft Purview Compliance Portal and sign in with your Microsoft 365 Global Administrator account. Select Compliance Manager on the left navigation pane. You will arrive at a Compliance Manager dashboard. The direct link to access Compliance Manager is, so my note, Microsoft 365 Compliance is now called Microsoft Purview and the solutions within the compliance area have been rebranded. Question number 37. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: enabling multi-factor authentication increases the Microsoft Secure Score. A higher Microsoft Secure Score means a lower identified risk level in the Microsoft 365 tenant. Microsoft Secure Score measures progress in completing actions based on controls that includes key regulations and standards for data protection and governance. So the right answers are, so first statement is true, second statement is true, and the third statement is false. So Microsoft Secure Score is a measurement of an organization's security posture
with a higher number indicating more recommended actions taken. Following the secure score recommendations can protect your organization from threats from a centralized dashboard in the Microsoft 365 Defender portal. Organizations can monitor and work on the security of their Microsoft 365 identities, apps, and devices. Secure scores help organizations report on the current state of the organization's security posture, improve their security posture by providing discoverability, visibility, guidance, and control, compare with benchmarks, and establish key performance indicators. Question number 28. What can you use to provide a user with a 2-hour window to complete an administrative task in Azure? And you have four options. Option A, Azure Active Directory Privileged Identity Management. Option B, Azure Multi-Factor Authentication. Option C, Azure Active Directory Identity Protection. And option D, Conditional Access Policies. So the right answer is option A, Azure Active Directory Privileged Identity Management. So PIM is a service in Azure Active Directory that enables you to manage, control, and monitor access to important resources in your organization. So privileged identity management provides time-based and approval-based role activation to mitigate the risk of excessive, unnecessary, or misused access permissions on resources that you can care about. Question number 29. In a hybrid identity model, what can you use to sync identities between Active Directory domain services and Azure Active Directory? And you have four options. Option A, Active Directory Federation Service. Option B, Microsoft Sentinel. Option C, Azure AD Connect. And option D, Azure AD Privileged Identity Management. So the right answer is option C, Azure AD Connect. Azure Active Directory Domain Services, part of Microsoft Entra, enables you to use managed domain services such as Windows Domain, Join, Group Policy, LDAP, and Kerberos authentication without having to deploy, manage, or patch domain controllers. Azure AD Connect Health for Sync requires Azure AD Connect Sync v2. If you are still using AAD Connect v1, you must upgrade to the latest version. AAD Connect v1 is retired on August 31st, 2022. Azure AD Connect Health for Sync will no longer work with AADC Connect v1 in December 2022. Question number 30. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: you can create custom roles in Azure Active Directory. Global Administrator is a role in Azure Active Directory. An Azure Active Directory user can be assigned only one role. So the right answers are, so the first two statements are true and the third statement is false. So Azure AD supports custom roles. Global Administrator has access to all administrative features in Azure Active Directory, and Azure Active Directory users can be assigned multiple roles. Question number 31. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: Azure Active Directory is deployed to an on-premises environment. Azure Active Directory is provided as a part of Microsoft 365 subscription. Azure Active Directory is an identity and access management service. So the right answers are: the first statement is true and the second and third statements are false. So Azure Active Directory is a cloud-based user identity and authentication service. Microsoft 365 uses Azure Active Directory. Azure Active Directory is included with your Microsoft 365 subscription. Azure Active Directory is a cloud-based user identity and authentication service. Question number 32. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. With Windows Hello for Business, a user's biometric data used for authentication, and you have four options, is stored to an external device, or is stored on a local device only, or is stored in Azure Active Directory, is replicated to all the devices designated by the user. So the right answer is stored on a local device only. So Windows Hello for Business replaces passwords with strong two-factor authentication on devices. These authentication consist of a type of user credential that is tied to a device and uses a biometric or PIN. So Windows stores biometric data that is used to implement Windows Hello securely on the local device only. The biometric data doesn't roam and is never sent to external devices or servers. Because Windows Hello only stores biometric information data on the device, there's no single collection point an attacker can compromise to steal biometric data. Question number 33. What is the purpose of Azure Active Directory password protection? And you have four options. Option A, to control how often users must change their password. Option B, to identify devices to which users can sign in without using multi-factor authentication. Option C, to encrypt a password by using globally recognized encryption standards. Option D, to prevent users from using specific words in their passwords. So the right answer is option D, to prevent users from using specific words in their password. So Azure AD password protection detects and blocks known weak passwords and their variants, and can also block additional weak terms that are specific to your organization. With Azure AD password protection, default global banned password lists are automatically applied to all users in an Azure AD tenant. To support your own business and security needs, you can define entries in a custom banned password list. Question number 34. Which Azure Active Directory feature can you use to evaluate group memberships and automatically remove users that no longer require membership in a group? And you have four options. Option A, access reviews. Option B, managed identities. Option C, conditional access policies. And option D, Azure AD identity protection. So the right answer is option A, access reviews. So Microsoft Entra Access Reviews enable organizations to efficiently manage group membership, access to enterprise applications, and role assignments. Users' access can be reviewed on a regular basis to make sure only the right people have continued access. Question number 35. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. So Dash requires additional verification such as the verification code sent to a mobile phone. And you have four options: multi-factor authentication, pass-through authentication, password write-back, single sign-on. So the right answer is multi-factor authentication, MFA. So Azure AD multi-factor authentication works by requiring two or more of the following authentication methods. Something you know, typically a password, something you have, such as trusted device that's not easily duplicated, like a phone or a hardware key, something you are, biometric like a fingerprint or face scan. Question number 36. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: conditional access policies can use the device state as a signal. Conditional access policies apply before first factor authentication is complete. Conditional access policies can trigger multi-factor authentication MFA if a user attempts to access a specific applications. So the right answers are: the first statement is true, the second statement is false, and the third statement is true. So conditional access brings signals together to make decisions and enforce organizational policies. Azure AD conditional access is at the heart of the new identity-driven control plane. So conditional access policies are enforced after first factor authentication is completed. Conditional access isn't intended to be an organizational first line of defense for scenarios like denial of service attacks, but it can use signals from these events to determine access. So users attempting to access specific applications can trigger different conditional access policies. Question number 37. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. So Dash is a cloud-based solution that leverages on-premises Active Directory signals to identify, detect, and investigate advanced threats. And you have four options: Microsoft Defender for cloud apps, Microsoft Defender for endpoint, and Microsoft Defender for identity, and Microsoft Defender for Office 365. So the right answer is Microsoft Defender for identity. So Microsoft Defender for identity is a cloud-based security solution that leverages your on-premises Active Directory signals to identify, detect, and investigate advanced threats, compromised identities, and malicious inside actions directed to your organization. Defender for Identity enable SecOp analysts and security professionals struggling to detect advanced attacks in hybrid environments. So to monitor users' entity behavior and activities with learning-based analytics, protect user identities and credentials stored in Active Directory, identify and investigate suspicious user activities and advanced attacks throughout the kill chain, provide clear incident information on a simple timeline for fast triage. Question number 38. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Microsoft Defender for Identity can identify advanced threats from dash signals. And you have three options: Azure Active Directory, Azure AD Connect, and on-premises Active Directory domain services. So the right answer is on-premises Active Directory domain services, ADDS. So Microsoft Defender for Identity is a cloud-based security solution that leverages your on-premises Active Directory signals to identify, detect, and investigate advanced threats, compromised identities, and malicious insider actions directed at your organization. Question number 39. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Azure Active Directory is dash used for authentication and authorization. And you have four options: an extended detection and response system, an identity provider, a management group, a security information and event management system. So the right answer is an identity provider. So Azure Active Directory, a part of Microsoft Entra, is an enterprise identity service that provides single sign-on, multi-factor authentication, and conditional access to guard against 99.9% of cybersecurity attacks. Question number 40. Which Azure Active Directory feature can you use to provide just-in-time access to manage Azure resources? And you have four options. Option A, conditional access policies. Option B, Azure AD identity protection. Option C, Azure AD privileged identity management. Option D, authentication method policies. So the right answer is option C, Azure AD privileged identity management, PIM. So Azure AD privileged identity management helps you manage privileged administrative roles across Azure AD, Azure resources, and other Microsoft Online services. So PIM provides solutions like just-in-time access, request approval workflows, and fully integrated access reviews so you can identify, uncover, and prevent malicious activities of privileged roles in real time. Question number 41. Which three authentication methods can be used by Azure multi-factor authentication? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So you have five options. Option A, text message, SMS. Option B, Microsoft Authenticator app. Option C, email verification. Option D, phone call. And option E, security question. So the right answer is option A, text message. Option B, Microsoft Authenticator app. And option D, phone call. So Azure AD multi-factor authentication adds additional security over only using a password. When a user signs in, the user can be prompted for additional forms of authentication, such as to respond to a push notification, enter a code from a software or hardware token, or respond to a SMS or phone call. Question number 42. Which Microsoft 365 feature can you use to restrict communication and the sharing of information between members of two departments at your organization? And you have four options. Option A, sensitivity label policies. Option B, customer logbox. Option C, information barriers. And option D, privileged access management, PAM. So the right answer is option C, information barriers. Microsoft Purview Information Barriers is a compliance solution that allows you to restrict two-way communication and collaboration between groups and users in Microsoft Teams, SharePoint, and OneDrive. Often used in highly regulated industries, IB can help to avoid conflicts of interest and safeguard internal information between users and organizational areas. Question number 43. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: conditional access policies always enforce the use of multi-factor authentication, MFA. Conditional access policies can be used to block access to an application based on the location of the user. Conditional access policies only affect users who have Azure Active Directory joint devices. So the right answers are, so the first statement is false, the second statement is true, and the third statement is false. So conditional access brings signals together to make decisions and enforce organizational policies. Azure AD conditional access is at the heart of the new identity-driven control plan. Many organizations have common access concerns that conditional access policies can help with, such as requiring multi-factor authentication for users with administrative roles, requiring multi-factor authentication for Azure management tasks, blocking sign-ins for users attempting to use legacy authentication protocols, requiring trusted locations for Azure AD multi-factor authentication registration, blocking or granting access from specific locations, blocking risky sign-in behaviors, requiring organizational managed devices for safe specific applications. Question number 44. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: conditional access policies can be applied to global administrators. Conditional access policies are evaluated before a user is authenticated. Conditional access policies can use a device platform such as Android or iOS as a signal. So the right answers are: the first statement is true, the second statement is false, and the third statement is true. So conditional access policies can be applied to all users. Conditional access policies are applied after first factor authentication is completed, and users with devices of specific platforms are marked with a specific state can be used when enforcing conditional access policies. Question number 45. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Applications registered in Azure Active Directory are associated automatically to a, and you have four options: guest account, managed identity, service principal, user account. So the right answer is service principal. So when an application is given permission to access resources in a tenant, a service principal object is created. When you register an application using the Azure portal, a service principal is created automatically. You can also create service principal objects in a tenant using Azure PowerShell, Azure CLI, Microsoft Graph, and other tools. Question number 46. Which three authentication methods does Windows Hello for Business support? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And you have five options. Option A, fingerprint. Option B, facial recognition. Option C, PIN. Option D, email verification. And option E, security question. So the right answer is option A, fingerprint, and option B, facial recognition, and option C, PIN. So authentication begins when the user dismisses the lock screen, which triggers WinLogon to show the Windows Hello for Business credential provider. The user provides their Windows Hello gesture, PIN, or biometrics. The credential provider packages these credentials and returns them to WinLogon. So WinLogon passes the collected credentials to ISASS, or LSASS passes the collected credentials to the Cloud Authentication Security Support Provider, referred to as the Cloud AB provider. Question number 47. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. When you enable security defaults in Azure Active Directory, Dash will be enabled for all Azure AD users. And you have three options: Azure AD Identity Protection, Azure AD Privileged Identity Management, PIM, and Multi-Factor Authentication, MFA. So the right answer is Multi-Factor Authentication, MFA. So security defaults make it easier to help protect your organization from these identity related attacks, which pre-configured security settings. So requiring all users to register for Azure AD multi-factor authentication, requiring administrators to do multi-factor authentication, requiring users to do multi-factor authentication when necessary, blocking legacy authentication protocols, protecting privileged activities like access to the Azure portal. Question number 48. You have an Azure subscription. You need to implement approval-based, time-bound role activation. What should you use? And you have four options. Option A, Windows Hello for Business. Option B, Azure Active Directory Identity Protection. Option C, Access Reviews in Azure Active Directory. Option D, Azure Active Directory Privileged Identity Management. So the right answer is option D, Azure Active Directory Privileged Identity Management. So privileged identity management provides time-based and approval-based role activation to mitigate the risk of excessive, unnecessary or misused access permissions on resources that you care about. Question number 49. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: global administrators are exempt from conditional access policies. A conditional access policy can add users to Azure Active Directory roles. Conditional access policies can force the use of multi-factor authentication to access cloud apps. So the right answers are: the first two statements are false and the third statement is true. So accounts that are assigned administrative rights are targeted by attackers. Requiring multi-factor authentication on those accounts is an easy way to reduce the risk of those accounts being compromised. Question number 50. When security defaults are enabled for an Azure Active Directory tenant, which two requirements are enforced? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And you have 5 options. Option A, all users must authenticate from a registered device. Option B, administrator must always use Azure multi-factor authentication. Option C, Azure multi-factor authentication registration is required for all users. Option D, all users must authenticate by using passwordless sign-in. Option E, all users must authenticate by using Windows Hello. The right answer is option B and option C. So security defaults make it easy to protect your organization with the following pre-configured security settings. So requiring all users to register to Azure AD multi-factor authentication, requiring administrators to do multi-factor authentication, blocking legacy authentication protocols, requiring users to do multi-factor authentication when necessary, and protecting privileged activities like access to the Azure portal. Question number 51. Which three tasks can be performed by using Azure Active Directory Identity Protection? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And you have 5 options. Option A, configure external access for partner organizations. Option B, export risk detection to third-party utilities. Option C, automate the detection and remediation of identity-based risks. Option D, investigate risks that relate to user authentication. Option E, create and automatically assign sensitivity labels to data. So the right answer is option C, D, and option E. So to protect your users, you can configure risk-based policies in Azure Active Directory that automatically respond to risky behaviors. Azure AD identity protection policies can automatically block a sign-in attempt or require additional actions such as require a password change or prompt for Azure AD multi-factor authentication. These policies work with existing Azure AD conditional access policies as an extra layer of protection for your organization. Users may never trigger a risky behavior in one of these policies, but your organization is protected if an attempt to compromise your security is made. Azure Active Directory, part of Microsoft Entra, supports applying sensitivity labels published by the Microsoft Purview Compliance Portal to Microsoft 365 groups. Sensitivity labels apply to group across services like Outlook, Microsoft Teams, and SharePoint. For more information about Microsoft 365 app support, see the Microsoft 365 support for sensitivity labels. Question number 52. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. So when using multi-factor authentication, a password is considered something you and you have four options. So let's see the right answer here. So the right answer is no. So multi-factor authentication combines two or more independent credentials, what the user knows, such as a password, what the user has, such as a security token, and what the user is by using biometric verification methods. Question number 53. So for each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: Windows Hello for Business can use the Microsoft Authenticator app as an authentication method. Windows Hello for Business can use a PIN code as an authentication method. Windows Hello for Business authentication information syncs across all the devices registered by a user. So the first statement is false, the second statement is true, and the third statement is false. So the Microsoft Authenticator app helps you sign into your accounts when you are using two-factor verification. Two-factor verification helps you to use your accounts more securely because password can be forgotten, stolen, or compromised. Two-factor verification uses a second factor like your phone to make it harder for other people to break it into your account. So in Windows 10, Windows Hello for Business replaces passwords with a strong two-factor authentication on device. These authentication consist of a new type of user credentials that is tied to a device and uses a biometric or PIN. Windows Hello credentials are based on certificate or asymmetrical key pair. Windows Hello credentials can be bound to the device and to the token that is obtained using the credential is also bound to the device. Question number 54. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. An Azure resource can use a system assigned dash to access Azure services. And you have four options: Azure Active Directory join devices, managed identity, service principal, user identity. So the right answer is managed identity. So managed identities provide an identity for applications to use when connecting to resources that support Azure Active Directory authentication. So here are some of the benefits of using managed identities. You don't need to manage credentials. Credentials aren't even accessible to you. You can use managed identities to authenticate to any resource that supports Azure AD authentication, including your own applications. Question number 55. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. You can use dash in the Microsoft 365 Defender portal to identify devices that are affected by an alert. And you have four options: classifications, incidents, policies, secure score. So the right answer is incidents. So an incident in Microsoft 365 Defender is a collection of correlated alerts and associated data that make up the story of an attack. Microsoft 365 services and apps create alerts when they detect a suspicious or malicious event or activity. Individual alert provide valuable clues about a completed or ongoing attack. However, the attack typically employ various techniques against different types of entities such as devices, users, and mailboxes. The result is multiple alerts for multiple entries in your tenant. Because piecing the individual alerts together to gain insight into an attack can be challenging and time consuming, Microsoft 365 Defender automatically aggregates the alerts and their associated information into an incident. Question number 56. What are two capabilities of Microsoft Defender for Endpoint? Each correct selection presents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And you have four options. Option A, automated investigation and remediation. Option B, transport encryption. Option C, shadow IT detection. And option D, attack surface reduction. So the right answer is option A and option D, authenticated investigation and remediation and attack surface reduction. So endpoint detection and response capabilities in Defender for Endpoint provide advanced attack detections that are near real time and actionable. Security analysts can prioritize alerts effectively, gain visibility into the full scope of a breach, and take response actions to remediate threats. When a threat is detected, alerts are created in the system for an analyst to investigate. Alerts with the same attack techniques or attributes to the same attacker are aggregated into an entity called an incident. Aggregating alerts in this manner makes it easy for analysts to collectively investigate and respond to threats. Question number 57. Match the Azure networking service to the appropriate description. To answer, drag the appropriate services from the column on the left to its description on the right. Each service may be used once, more than once, or not at all. Each correct match is worth 1 point. So the services are Azure Bastion, Azure Firewall, Network Security Group, NSG. So the right answers are, for Azure Firewall provides network address translation services. Azure Bastion provides secure and seamless remote desktop connectivity to Azure virtual machines. Network Security Group NSG provides traffic filtering that can be applied to specific network interface on a virtual network. So Azure Firewall provides service network address translation and destination network address translations. And Azure Bastion provides secure and seamless RDP SSH connectivity to your virtual machines directly from the Azure portal over TLS. And you can use an Azure Network Security Group to filter network traffic to and from Azure resources to an Azure virtual network. Question number 58. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. So Dash is a cloud native security information and event management and security orchestration automated response solution used to provide a single solution for alert detection, threat visibility, proactive hunting, and threat response. And you have four options: Azure Advisor, Azure Bastion, Azure Monitor, and Azure Sentinel. So the right answer is Azure Sentinel. So Microsoft Azure Sentinel is a scalable, cloud-native security information event management and security orchestration automated response solution. Question number 59. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: Azure Defender can detect vulnerabilities and threats for Azure storage. Cloud security posture management is available for all Azure subscriptions. Azure Security Center can evaluate the security of workloads deployed to Azure or on premises. So the right answers are, all the statements are true. So Microsoft Defender for Cloud provides security alerts and advanced threat protection for virtual machines, SQL databases, containers, web applications, your network, your storage, and more. And Cloud Security Posture Management is available for free for all Azure users. And Azure Security Center is a unified infrastructure security management system that strengthens the security posture of your data centers and provides advanced threat protection across your hybrid workloads in the cloud, whether they are in Azure or not, as well as on premises. Question number 60. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are:
An Azure subscription can be associated to multiple Azure Active Directory tenants. You can change the Azure Active Directory tenant to which an Azure subscription is associated. When an Azure subscription expires, the associated Azure Active Directory tenant is deleted automatically. So the right answers are: the first statement is false, the second statement is true, and the last statement is false. So an Azure AD tenant can have multiple subscriptions, but an Azure subscription can only be associated with one Azure AD tenant. And if your subscription expires, you lose access to all other resources associated with the subscription. However, the Azure AD directory remains in Azure. You can associate and manage the directory using a different Azure subscription. So question number 61. Which type of identity is created when you register an application with Active Directory Azure AD? And we have four options: a user account, option B, a user assigned managed identity, option C, a system assigned managed identity, or option D, a service principal. So the right answer here is option D, a service principal. When you register an application through the Azure portal, an application object and service principal are automatically created in your home directory or tenant. So question number 62. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. You can use dash in the Microsoft 365 Security Center to view an aggregation of alerts that relate to the same attack. And we have following four options: reports, hunting, attack simulator, incidents. So the right answer here is option D, incidents. An incident in Microsoft 365 Defender is a collection of correlated alerts and associated data that make up the story of an attack. Question number 63. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So we have the following statements. Network security groups can deny inbound traffic from the internet. Network security groups can deny outbound traffic to the internet. Network security groups can filter network based on IP address, protocol, and port. So the right answers for the statements are, so all of the statements are true. You can use an Azure network security group to filter network traffic to and from Azure resources in an Azure virtual network. A network security group contains security rules that allow or deny inbound traffic to or outbound traffic from several types of Azure resources. For each rule, you can specify resource and destination, port, and protocol. Question number 64. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. Microsoft Intune can be used to manage Android devices. Microsoft Intune can be used to provision Azure subscriptions. Microsoft Intune can be used to manage organization-owned devices and personal devices. So let's see the right selection here. So the first statement is true. So the second statement is false. And the third statement is true. Question number 65. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: you can create one Azure Bastion per virtual network. Azure Bastion provides secure user connection by using RDP. And Azure Bastion provides a secure connection to an Azure virtual machines by using the Azure portal. So all of the statements are true.
So question number 66. What feature in Microsoft Defender for Endpoint provides the first line of defense against cyber threats by reducing the attack surface? And we have four options. Option A, automated remediation. Option B, automated investigation. Option C, advanced hunting. And option D, network protection. So the right answer here is option D, network protection. Network protection helps protect devices from internet-based events. Network protection is an attack surface reduction capability. So question number 67. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. In Microsoft Sentinel, you can automate common tasks by using, and we have four options: deep investigation tools, hunting search and query tools, playbooks, workbooks. So the right answer here is playbooks. Question number 68. Which two types of resources can be protected by using Azure Firewall? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And we have following five options: Azure Virtual Machines, Azure Active Directory users, Microsoft Exchange online inboxes, and Azure Virtual Network, and option E, Microsoft SharePoint online sites. So the right answer here is option A and option D, Azure Virtual Machines and Azure Virtual Networks. So question number 69. You plan to implement a security strategy and place multiple layers of defense throughout a network infrastructure. Which security methodology does this represents? And we have four options: threat modeling, option B, identity as the security perimeter, option C, defense in depth, and option D, the shared responsibility model. So the right answer here is option C, defense in depth. Defense in depth uses a layered approach to security rather than relying on a single perimeter. A defense in depth strategy uses a series of mechanisms to slow the advance of an attack. Each layer provides protection so that if one layer is breached, a subsequent layer will prevent an attacker getting unauthorized access to data. Question number 70. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. Microsoft Defender for Endpoint can protect Android devices. Microsoft Defender for Endpoint can protect Azure virtual machines that run Windows 10. Microsoft Defender for Endpoint can protect Microsoft SharePoint online sites and content from viruses. So the first statement is true, the second one is true, and the third statement is false. Question number 71. What can you use to scan email attachments and forward the attachment to recipients only if the attachments are free from malware? And we have four options. Option A, Microsoft Defender for Office 365. Option B, Microsoft Defender antiviruses. Option C, Microsoft Defender for Identity. And option D, Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. So the right answer here is option A, Microsoft Defender for Office 365. Microsoft Defender for Office 365 safeguards your organization against malicious threat posed by email messages, links and collaboration tools. Question number 72. Which feature provides the extended detection and response capability of Azure Sentinel? We have four options. Option A, integration with the Microsoft 365 Compliance Center. Option B, support for threat hunting. Option C, integration with Microsoft 365 Defender. And option D, support for Azure Monitor workbooks. So the right answer here is option C, integration with Microsoft 365 Defender. Microsoft 365 Defender is an XDR solution that automatically collects, correlates, and analyzes signal, threat, and alert data from across your Microsoft 365 environment. Microsoft Sentinel is a cloud-native solution that provides security information and event management and security orchestration, automation, and response capabilities. Together, Microsoft Sentinel and Microsoft 365 Defender provide a comprehensive solution to help organizations defend against modern attacks. So question number 73. What can you use to provide threat detection for Azure SQL managed instance? And we have four options: Microsoft Secure Score, Application Security Groups, Microsoft Defender for Cloud, Azure Bastion. So the right answer here is option C, Microsoft Defender for Cloud. Question number 74. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. Microsoft Secure Score in the Microsoft 365 Security Center can provide recommendations for Microsoft Cloud App Security. From the Microsoft 365 Defender portal, you can view how your Microsoft Secure Score compares to the score of my organizations like yours. Microsoft Secure Score in the Microsoft 365 Defender portal gives you points if you address an improvement action by using a third-party application or software. So the right answer here is option yes for the first statement, and the second statement is as well true, and the third statement is true. So question number 75. Which Azure Active Directory feature can you use to restrict Microsoft Intune managed devices from accessing corporate resources? And we have four options: network security groups, Azure AD privileged identity management, conditional access policies, resource logs. So the right answer here is option C, conditional access policies. Question number 76. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. So Nash can use conditional access policies to control sessions in real time. And we have the following four options: Azure Active Directory Privileged Identity Management, Azure Defender, Azure Sentinel, Microsoft Cloud App Security. So the right option here is Microsoft Cloud App Security can use conditional access policies to control sessions in real time. So question number 77. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Azure DDoS protection standard can be used to protect, and we have the following four options: Azure Active Directory applications, Azure Active Directory users, resource groups, virtual networks. So the right answer here is option virtual networks. Question number 78. What should you use in the Microsoft 365 Defender portal to view security trends and track the protection status of identities? And we have four options. Option A, Attack Simulator. Option B, reports. Option C, hunting. And option D, incidents. So the right answer here is option B, reports. So question number 79. You have a Microsoft 365 E3 subscription. You plan to audit user activity by using the unified audit log and basic audit. For how long will the audit records be retained? And we have the following four options. So the right answer here is option C, 90 days. Question number 80. To which type of resource can Azure Bastion provide secure access? And we have the following four options: Azure Files, Azure SQL Managed Instances, Azure Virtual Machines, Azure App Service. So the right answer here is option C, Azure Virtual Machines. Azure Bastion provides secure and seamless RDP SSH connectivity to your virtual machines directly from the Azure portal over TLS. So question number 81. What are three uses of Microsoft Cloud App Security? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. We have following five options. Option A, to discover and control the use of shadow IT. Option B, to provide secure connections to Azure virtual machines. Option C, to protect sensitive information hosted anywhere in the cloud. Option D, to provide pass-through authentication to on-premises applications. Option E, to prevent data leaks to non-compliant apps and limit access to regulated data. So the right answer here is option A, C, and E. Question number 82. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. In the Microsoft 365 Defender portal, an incident is a collection of correlated, and we have the following four options: alerts, events, vulnerabilities, Microsoft Secure Score Improvement Actions. So the right option here is vulnerabilities. So in the Microsoft 365 Defender portal, an incident is a collection of correlated vulnerabilities. So Microsoft 365 Defender portal is the new home for monitoring and managing security across your identities, data, devices, and apps. You will need to access various portals for certain specialized tasks. It used to monitor and respond to threat activity and strengthen security postures across your identities, email, data, endpoints, and apps with Microsoft 365. Question number 83. You need to connect to an Azure virtual machine by using Azure Bastion. What should you use? And we have four options. Option A, PowerShell remoting. Option B, the Azure portal. Option C, the remote desktop connection client. And option D, an SSH client. So the right answer here is option B, the Azure portal. You can create a RDP connection to a Windows VM using Azure Bastion. Question number 84. Which service includes the attack simulation training feature? And we have four options. Option A, Microsoft Defender for cloud apps. Option B, Microsoft Defender for identity. Option C, Microsoft Defender for SQL. And option D, Microsoft Defender for Office 365. So the right answer here is option D, Microsoft Defender for Office 365. Attack simulation training in Microsoft Defender for Office 365 Plan 2 or Microsoft 365 E5 lets you running cyber attack simulations in your organization. These simulations test your security policies and practices as well as train your employees to increase their awareness and decrease their susceptibility to attacks. Question number 85. Which type of alert can you manage from the Microsoft 365 Defender portal? And we have four options: Microsoft Defender for storage, Microsoft Defender for SQL, Microsoft Defender for endpoint, and Microsoft Defender for IoT. So the right answer here is option C, Microsoft Defender for endpoint. The alert queue shows the current set of alerts. You get the alerts queue for incidents and alerts. Alerts on the quick launch of the Microsoft 365 Defender portal. Alerts from different Microsoft security solutions like Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, Microsoft Defender for Office 365, and Microsoft 365 Defender appear here. So question number 86. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Microsoft Sentinel data connectors supports only Microsoft services. And the second statement, you can use Azure Monitor workbooks to monitor data collected by Microsoft Sentinel. Hunting provides you with the ability to identify security threats before an alert is triggered. So the first statement is false, and the second and the third statement is true. Question number 87. Which two Azure resources can a network security group be associated with? Each correct answer presents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And we have five options: a virtual network subnet, a network interface, a resource group, a virtual network, an Azure App Service web app. So the right options are A and B, a virtual network subnet and a network interface. Association of network security groups. You can associate a network security group with virtual machines, NICs, and subnets, depending on the deployment model you use. So question number 88. What is a use case for implementing information barrier policies in Microsoft 365? And we have four options: to restrict unauthenticated access to Microsoft 365. Option B, to restrict Microsoft Teams chats between certain groups within an organization. Option C, to restrict Microsoft Exchange online email between certain groups within an organization. And option D, to restrict data sharing to external email recipients. So the right answer here is option B, to restrict Microsoft Teams chats between certain groups within an organization. Microsoft Purview Information Barriers is a compliance solution that allows you to restrict two-way communication and collaboration between groups and users in Microsoft Teams, SharePoint, and OneDrive. Often used in highly regulated industries, IB can help to avoid conflicts of interest and safeguard internal information between users and organizational areas. Question number 89. What can you use to deploy Azure resources across multiple subscriptions in a consistent manner? And we have four options: Microsoft Defender for Cloud, Azure Blueprints, Microsoft Sentinel, and Azure Policy. So the right answer here is option B, Azure Blueprints. So question number 90, for each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. With advanced audit in Microsoft 365, you can identify when email items were accessed. Advanced audit in Microsoft 365 supports the same retention period of audit logs as core auditing. Advanced audit in Microsoft 365 allocates customer dedicated bandwidth for accessing audit data. So the solution is, the first statement is true, the second one is false, and the third statement is true. So question number 91. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. We have the following statements. Azure Active Directory Identity Protection can add users to groups based on the user's risk level. Azure Active Directory Identity Protection can detect whether user credentials were leaked to the public. Azure Active Directory Identity Protection can be used to invoke multi-factor authentication based on a user risk level. So the first statement is false, and the third and the second statement is true. So question number 92, which Microsoft 365 Compliance Center feature can you use to identify all the documents on a Microsoft SharePoint online site that can contain a specific keyword? And we have the following four options: audit, compliance manager, content search, alerts. So the right answer here is option C, content search. The content search tool in the Security and Compliance Center can be used to quickly find email in Exchange mailboxes, documents in SharePoint sites, and OneDrive locations, and instant messaging conversation in Skype for business. The first step is to starting using the content search tool to choose content locations to search and configure a keyword query to search for specific items. Question number 93. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Dash provides a central location for managing information protection, information governance, and data loss protection policies. And we have the following four options: Azure Defender, the Microsoft 365 Compliance Center, the Microsoft Defender Portal, and Microsoft Endpoint Manager. So the right option here is the Microsoft 365 Compliance Center. So question number 94. What is the benefit of custom roles in Microsoft Entra ID, formerly Azure AD? And we have four options. Option A, they allow unlimited access to all administrative features in Entra ID. Option B, they provide the ability to modify the fixed set of permissions in built-in roles. Option C, they offer flexibility in granting access by allowing the selection of specific permissions. Option D, they eliminate the need for a premium P1 or P2 license for Entra ID. So the right answer here is option C. They offer flexibility in granting access by allowing the selection of specific permissions. Question number 95. Which Microsoft security solution lets you find and control the use of shadow IT? And we have the following four options. Option A, Microsoft Defender for cloud apps. Option B, Microsoft Defender for endpoint. Option C, Azure WAF. And option D, Azure Application Gateway. So the right answer here is option A, Microsoft Defender for cloud apps. Microsoft Defender for cloud apps is a cloud access security broker that lets you find users of shadow IT and control its users. This is the process of identifying cloud apps and IaaS and pass services not authorized by an organization's IT department. This means that without a tool like Microsoft Defender for cloud apps, and apps and services are not managed or controlled. Question number 96. Which authentication method allows user to sign in Microsoft Entra ID services, formerly Azure AD, using the same username and password they use for their on-premises Active Directory? And we have the following four options. Option A, Entra ID password hash synchronization. Option B, Entra ID pass-through authentication. Option C, Federated authentication. Option D, Entra ID connect. So the right answer here is option A, Entra ID password hash synchronization. Entra ID password hash synchronization with Entra ID password hash synchronization, users can sign in to Entra ID services using the same username and password they use for their on-premises Active Directory. The password hash is synchronized to Entra ID and the user's password is verified during the sign-in process. Question number 97. What allows you to monitor Microsoft Sentinel data using built-in workbook, templates, and custom workbooks? And we have the following four options. Option A, Azure Monitor Workbooks. Option B, Playbooks based on Azure Logic Apps. Option C, Microsoft Defender for Cloud. And option D, Microsoft Defender for App Service. So the right answer here is option A, Azure Monitor Workbooks. You can use Azure Monitor Workbooks to monitor Microsoft Sentinel data using built-in workbook templates and custom workbooks. This is possible because Microsoft Sentinel is integrated with Azure Monitor Workbooks. This includes the ability to create interactive reports through Azure Monitor Workbook. This functionality enables you to gain insights across your data as soon as you connect a data source. Question number 98. You are a Microsoft security admin with an organization. You need to make sure that remote employees can be identified when logging into SharePoint from personal devices. Which of the following security actions should you apply? And we have the following four options: authorization, authentication, principle of least privilege, session management. So the right answer here is option B, authentication. Authentication is the process through which you prove you say you are. Traditionally, the primary method for authentication was verification of a username and password. Other authentication method has come into use, including require multiple authentication methods through multi-factor authentication (MFA) and the use of passwordless authentication methods such as Microsoft Authenticator app and Windows Hello. Question number 99. You are configuring the Azure environment for a credit card company. The environment needs to be compliant with payment card industry data security standard. What should you use to ensure the minimum requirement set for the standard? And we have the following four options: Azure Blueprints, Azure Policy, Communication Compliance, Insider Risk Management. So the right answer here is option A, Azure Blueprints. Azure Blueprints. Azure is a service that lets you define a repeatable set of Azure resources to implement your organization standards, patterns, and requirements. You will use Azure Blueprints in a declarative way to build and deploy new environments with a set of built-in components. So question number 100. Which of these provides recommendations to reduce risk around data protection and regulatory standards? Choose two answers. And we have the following four options. Option A, Microsoft 365 Admin Center. Option B, Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. Option C, Microsoft Purview Compliance Portal, and option D, Microsoft Defender ATP. So the right answer here is option B, Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. And option C, Microsoft Purview Compliance Portal. So Microsoft Purview Compliance Portal is especially designed to provide recommendations and help organizations reduce risk around data protection and regulatory standards. It is a part of the Microsoft Purview solution, which focuses on data governance, cataloging, and compliance. The Purview Compliance Portal assists in managing data privacy, complying with regulatory requirements, and implementing data protection measures.
Question number 101. What is the benefit of Azure Key Vault for managing certificates? Option A, encryption for Windows and Linux IaaS virtual machine disk in Azure. Option B, secure storage of tokens in an on-premises server. Option C, organizational responsibility for configuring, patching, and maintaining hardware security modules, HSMs. Option D, provisioning, management, and deployment of public and private SSL TLS certificates for Azure resources. So the right answer here is option D, provisioning, management, and deployment of public and private SSL TLS certificates for Azure resources. So Azure Key Vault facilitates certificate management by allowing you to provision, manage, and deploy public and private secure sockets layers, transport layer security certificates for Azure resources. It provides a centralized solution for certificate management, making it easier to handle and secure SSL TLS certificates within your Azure environment. So question number 102, which of the following is a correct statement about network security groups, NSGs, in Azure? Choose three answers. Option A, network security groups filter traffic to and from Azure resources in an Azure virtual network, VNet. Option B, you can associate 0, 1 or more network security groups to each virtual subnet or virtual machine network interface. Option C, you can associate one network security group with multiple virtual subnets and virtual machines networks interfaces. Option D, network security groups apply to intra-subnet traffic in a virtual network. So the right answer here is option A, C, and option D. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 103, which authentication method allows users to authenticate directly against the on-premises Active Directory without storing passwords in Microsoft Entra ID, formerly Azure AD? Option A, Entra ID password hash synchronization. Option B, Entra ID pass-through authentication. Option C, Federated authentication. And option D, Entra ID connect. So the right answer here is option B, Entra ID pass-through authentication. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 104, what should you use to prevent unauthorized communication with a user, including searching for them, starting a chat session, or sending a meeting invitation in Microsoft Teams? Option A, privileged access management. Option B, data loss prevention. Option C, information barriers. And option D, privileged identity management. So the right answer here is option C, information barriers. You should use information barriers. Information barriers are used to establish two-way restrictions to prevent individuals or groups from communicating. Information barriers support Microsoft Teams, OneDrive for Business, SharePoint Online, as well as other Microsoft products. Information barriers for Microsoft Teams let you restrict several types of activity related to meetings, chats, screen sharing, and file sharing.
So question number 105, you need to describe Microsoft privacy principles to management. Which of the following principles applies to individuals' use of and access to their personal data? So the options are transparency, security, control, legal protection. So the right answer here is option C, control. The principle of control is an essential part of Microsoft's approach to privacy. It focuses on putting the customer in control of their data and privacy through easy to use tools and clear choices. Microsoft ensures that individuals have the ability to access, modify, or delete their data at any time. It also emphasizes using data only with the customer's agreement and providing services based on the customer's choice. This principle is enforced by compliance with privacy laws and standards. So question number 106, which signals can conditional access policies take into account when making access decisions in Microsoft Entra ID? Option A, date and time of access attempt. Option B, user's job title. Option C, user created password. And option D, user or group membership. So the right answer here is option D, user or group memberships. Conditional access policies can take into account the user or group membership as a signal when making access decisions. These allows administrators to target policies to specific groups of users or external guest users, providing fine-grained control over access. So question number 107, you are evaluating Microsoft's security policies because of recent leak of sensitive data from within the organization. What should you use to mitigate the further loss of sensitive data? Option A, insider risk management. Option B, information barriers. Option C, privileged access management. And option D, rule-based access control. So the right answer here is option A, insider risk management. Insider risk management can be used to minimize internal risks through the detection, investigation, and mitigation of intentional and unintentional breaches of your organization insider policies. It can help you to minimize or avoid risks of sensitive data leaks, intellectual property theft, insider trading, and fraud. So the question number 108, which of the following protects your organization from malicious threats presented in email messages, web links, and collaboration tools? Option A, Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. Option B, Microsoft Defender for Identity. Option C, Microsoft Defender for Office 365. And option D, Microsoft Defender for Cloud Apps. So the right answer here is option C. Microsoft Defender for Office 365 is a seamless integration into your Office 365 subscription that provides protection against threats that arrive in emails, links, attachment, or collaboration tools like SharePoint, Teams, and Outlook. With real-time views of threats and tools like Threat Explorer, you can threat hunt and stay ahead of potential threats. So question number 109, what is Microsoft Security Information Event Management and Security Orchestration Automated Response Security Solution? And the options are Microsoft Intune, Microsoft Sentinel, Microsoft Defender for Cloud, and Microsoft 365 Defender. So the right answer here is option B, Microsoft Sentinel. Microsoft Sentinel is Microsoft SIM SOAR security solution. Microsoft Sentinel collects data from on-premises and multiple clouds for all users, devices, applications, and infrastructure, detects previously uncovered threats and minimizes false positives, investigates threats and hunts suspicious activities at scale, responds to incidents, and built-in orchestration and security task automation. So question number 110. You're working with customers' data using Microsoft Purview. Which of the following Which of these allow you to use artificial intelligence and machine learning to categorize the data? Option A, extract data match classification. Option B, custom sensitive information types. Option C, sensitive information types. Option D, trainable classifiers. So the right answer here is option D, trainable classifiers. Trainable classifiers in Microsoft Purview utilize artificial intelligence and machine learning to intelligently classify data unique to an organization. This method focuses on training and the classifiers to identify items based on their content rather than specific patterns. Trainable classifiers can be pre-trained classifiers provided by Microsoft or custom classifiers created and trained by organizations. These classifiers are particularly useful for classifying organization-specific data, such as specific types of contracts, invoices, or customer records. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 111. Which of these provides recommendations to reduce risk around data protection and regulatory standards? Option A, Microsoft 365 Admin Center. Option B, Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. Option C, Microsoft Purview Compliance Portal. And option D, Microsoft Defender ATP. So the right answer here is option B and option C. The Microsoft Purview Compliance Portal is specially designed to provide recommendations and help organizations reduce risk, data protection, and regulatory standards. It is a part of the Microsoft Purview solution, which focuses on data governance, cataloging, and compliance. The Purview Compliance Portal assists in managing data privacy, complying with regulatory requirements, and implementing data protection measures. Question number 112. Which of these tools or concepts allow you to make choices about how and why your Microsoft data is collected and used? Option A, Compliance Manager. Option B, Privacy Principles of Microsoft. Option C, Shared Responsibility Model. And option D, Zero Trust Methodology. So the right answer here is option B, Privacy Principles of Microsoft. The privacy principles of Microsoft are about making meaningful choices for how and why data is collected and used. They ensure that you have the information you need to make the right choices for your organization. Microsoft privacy principles include information about where your data is located and how Microsoft collects and protects data. So question number 113. You are an Azure security administrator. You have been asked to identify a tool that will continuously analyze and security status of your Azure resources for network security best practices. What would you recommend? Option A, Microsoft Cloud Security Benchmark. Option B, Microsoft Defender for Cloud. Option C, Azure Monitor. And option D, Regulatory Compliance. So the right answer here is option B, Microsoft Defender for Cloud. A network map is provided with Microsoft Defender for Cloud as a way to continuously monitor your network security status, including network topology, node connections, and node configurations. So question number 114. You are a Microsoft admin for a company. You need to implement an effective data loss prevention policy structure. Before you begin planning DLP policies, you need to describe to management the steps you have taken to ensure your DLP policies will be effective. Which steps would you describe? The options are option A, encrypt all sensitive data. Option B, describe, discover, and classify sensitive data. Option C, plan the DLP implementation. Option D, design and create DLP policies. So the right answer here is option B, describe, discover, and classify sensitive data. Data loss prevention helps you prevent an unintentional or accidental sharing of sensitive information. DLP examines email messages and files for sensitive information like credit card numbers. Using DLP, you can detect sensitive information and take actions such as log the event for audit purposes, display a warning to the end user who is sending the email or sharing the file, actively block email or file sharing from taking place. Question number 115. Which of these describes the concept of data privacy? Option A, governing the physical locations where data can be stored and how and when it can be transferred, processed, or accessed internationally. Option B, providing notice and being transparent about the collection, processing, use, and sharing of personal data are fundamental principles of privacy laws and regulations. Option C, understanding that data is subject to the laws and regulations of the country, region in which it's physically collected, held, or processed. Option D, collecting data in one location, stored in it in another, and processing it in still another location. So the right answer here is option B. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 116. Which authentication method provides highly available cloud authentication, allowing on-premises users to authenticate with Microsoft Entra ID even if the on-premises Active Directory goes down? Option A, Entra ID password hash synchronization. Option B, Entra ID pass-through authentication. Option C, federated authentication. And option D, Entra ID connect. So the right answer here is option A, Entra ID password hash synchronization. Password hash synchronization provides highly available cloud authentication even if the on-premises Active Directory goes down. On-premises users can still authenticate with Entra ID to access cloud-based applications. So question number 117, you want to find out how Microsoft Cloud Services protect your data and how you can manage cloud data security and compliance for your organization. What should you use? Option A, Azure Security Center. Option B, Microsoft Compliance Manager. Option C, Service Trust Portal. And option D, Microsoft Intune. So the right answer here is option C, Service Trust Portal. Service Trust Portal is the primary platform that offers a variety of content, tools, and resources related to Microsoft Cloud Services data protection, cloud data security, and compliance management. It provides access to audit reports, compliance related information, Microsoft authored white papers, and other resources to help organizations understand how Microsoft safeguards data and manages cloud data security and compliance. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 118. You plan to connect an application to Azure resources that support Entra ID authentication. You want to avoid managing any credentials or incur extra cost. Which identity type should you choose for the application? And the options are managed identity, user assigned identity, service principal, shared access signature. So the right answer here is option A, managed identity. Managed identity is a feature in Azure that provides an automatically managed identity for Azure resources. With managed identity, the application can authenticate with Azure resources that support Microsoft Entra ID authentication without needing to manage any credentials. It eliminates the need for storing and managing secrets or passwords within the application's code or configuration. Managed identity is a no-cost option, meaning there are no additional charges for using this feature. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 119. What is the main purpose of Azure AD B2B collaboration? Option A, managing customer identities. Option B, sharing apps and resources with external users. Option C, handling authentication for consumer facing apps. Option D, enabling self-service sign up for employees. So the right answer here is Option B, sharing apps and resources with external users. Azure AD B2B collaboration allows organizations to share their applications and services with guest users from other organizations while maintaining control over their own data. It enables collaboration and access control for external users. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 120. What should you use to encrypt Windows and Linux IaaS virtual machine disks in Azure? Option A, transparent data encryption. Option B, Azure disk encryption. And option C, Azure storage service encryption. And option D, always encrypted. So the right answer here is option B. Azure Storage Service Encryption is used to automatically encrypt data at rest in Azure Blob Storage and Azure File Shares. It ensures that the data is encrypted before it is stored and automatically decrypts it when retrieved. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 121. Which of these ensures that the data has not been tampered with in transit? So the options are hashing, encryption, authentication, authorization. So the right answer here is option A, hashing. Hashing is a security operation that can use mathematically functions or algorithms to map source data to a fixed size value. You can use it, for example, to generate a hash for your file. Recipients of that file can then use the same hashing algorithm to compare it with the original hash value as a proof that the file was not tampered with while in transit. So question number 122, which statement describes data sovereignty? Option A, the physical or geographic location of an organization's data or information. Option B, providing notice and being transparent about the collection, processing, use, and sharing of personal data are fundamental principles of privacy laws and regulations. Option C, data, including personal data, is subjected to the laws and regulations of the country region in which it is physically collected, held, or processed. Option D, trust no one, verify everything. So the right answer here is option C. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 123, which enhanced security feature of Microsoft Defender for Cloud provides a unified view of security across on-premises and cloud workloads? Option A, comprehensive endpoint detection and response. Option B, vulnerability scanning for virtual machines. Option C, multi-cloud security. And option D, hybrid security. So the right answer here is option D, hybrid security. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 124, which of these is true of conditional access policies in Microsoft Entra ID? Option A, if they are configured to apply all users, they will apply to Azure AD B2B collaboration guest users. Option B, they let you apply time sensitive access permissions that can be configured to automatically expire. Option C, they require access to Azure Identity Protection in order to evaluate sign-in risk and user risk. Option D, if they are configured within Azure Sentinel, you can evaluate sign-in risk and user risk. So the right answer here is option A and option C. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 125, you are a Microsoft 365 security admin. You need to apply sensitivity labels to your organization's data. Which of these actions can you take when applying sensitivity labels? Option A, apply multiple sensitivity labels to emails and documents. Option B, specify that a default label is to be applied to all items in a container through a label policy. Option C, include multiple sensitivity labels in the same label policy. Option D, classify content without adding protection settings. So the right answer here is option B, C, and option D. Question number 126. Which feature of Microsoft Entra ID can you use to manage user access throughout the user's organizational life? And the options are identity lifecycle, access lifecycle, authentication, conditional access policy. So the right answer here is option B, access lifecycle. Access lifecycle is managing access throughout the user's organizational life. Users require different access levels from the point at which they join an organization to when they leave it. At various stages in between, they will need access rights to different resources depending on their role and responsibilities. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 127. What is the basis of your compliance score in Compliance Manager? Option A, completed Microsoft actions only. Option B, your current Microsoft Secure score. Option C, the default Microsoft 365 data protection baseline assessment. Option D, automated testing, monitored improvements actions only. So the right answer here is option C, the default Microsoft 365 data protection baseline assessments. Your initial compliance manager compliance score is based on the Microsoft 365 data protection baseline. This is a set of controls that include regulations and standards for data protection and data governance. You can view an overall compliance score based on these data protection standards. So question number 128. What statement best describes the concept of data residency? Option A, trust no one, verify everything. Option B, regulations govern the physical locations where data can be stored and how and when it can be transferred, processed, and accessed internationally. Option C, the collection, processing, usage, and sharing of personal data should be a transparent process and are fundamental principles of privacy laws and regulations. Option D, data, particularly personal data, is subject to the laws and regulations of the country region in which it is physically collected, held, or processed. So the right answer here is option B. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 129. Which enhanced security feature of Microsoft Defender for Cloud reduces exposure to brute force and other network attacks by controlling access to management ports on Azure VMs? Option A, threat protection alerts. Option B, compliance tracking. Option C, adaptive application controls. And option D, hybrid security. So the right answer here is option C, adaptive application controls. Adaptive application controls are an intelligent and automated solution for defining a allow list of known safe applications for your machines. Let's jump on to the next question. Question number 130. Which category in the Service Trust portal provides certifications, regulations, and standards related to Microsoft Cloud Services? Option A, certifications, regulations, and standards. Option B, reports, white papers, and artifacts. Option C, industry and regional resources. Option D, resources for your organization. So the right answer here is option A, certifications, regulations, and standards. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 131. Which feature of Microsoft Entra ID helps reduce the risk of users setting weak passwords? The options are multi-factor authentication, password protection, global banned password list, custom banned password list. So the right answer here is option B, password protection. Entra ID's password protection is a feature that helps reduce the risk of users setting weak passwords by detecting and blocking known weak passwords and then variants. It enforces the use of strong passwords during password change or reset process. So question number 132. Which tool provides a secure score by continually accessing your organization's Azure, hybrid, and multi-cloud resources? Option A, Microsoft Defender for Cloud. Option B, Microsoft Cloud Security Benchmark. Option C, Microsoft Sentinel. And option D, Cloud Security Posture Management. So the right answer here is option A, Microsoft Defender for Cloud. Microsoft Defender for Cloud provides a secure score by continually accessing your organization's Azure, hybrid, and multi-cloud resources. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 133, which of these describes Microsoft Entra ID? Option A, it is a set of directory services that connect users with the on-premises network resources. Option B, it provides a special class of identity to manage external identities. Option C, it supports software as a service apps natively. Option D, it provides real-time monitoring and alerting for security incidents in the Azure cloud environment. So the right answer here is option A. Microsoft Entra ID is a set of directory services that connect users with on-premises network resources. AD connects consists of different directory services such as Active Directory Domain Services, Active Directory Lightweight Directory Services, Active Directory Certificate Services, and others. It was designed for on-premises domain-based networks, and it contains information about users and devices, their credentials, and defined access to the relevant network resources. So question number 134. Your organization has multiple Azure virtual machines deployed in Azure virtual networks. You want to enhance the security of these VMs and reduce exposure to attacks while providing easy access to connect to the VMs when needed. A team member needs to access one of the VMs for maintenance purposes. What should you do? Option A, use just-in-time access. Option B, enable multi-factor authentication for administrators. Option C, disable the administrator user account and only enable them when needed with PowerShell. Option D, block outbound traffic from the VMs temporarily until maintenance is complete. So the right answer here is option A, use just-in-time access. Just-in-time access allows lockdown of the inbound traffic in your VMs, reducing exposure to attacks while providing easy access to connect to VM when needed. Question number 135. Which access control decisions can be made by conditional access policies? Option A, grant access to Microsoft Entra ID Admin Center. Option B, block access. Option C, grant access. Or option D, force a password change. So the right answer here is option B, C, and D. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 136. You're planning your organization's security management rules and guidelines for its Azure resources. What should you use? And the options are Azure Policy, Role-Based Access Control, Azure Monitor, Network Security Group. So the right answer here is option A, Azure Policy. So Azure Policy is a service that allows users to define and enforce policies for resource consistency, compliance, security, cost, and management in Azure. It enables organizations to establish rules and guidelines for their Azure resources. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 137. You are a Microsoft 365 security admin. You want to see a historical view of what is being done with content labels, such as labels being applied or changed. What should you use? Options are Content Explorer, Compliance Score, Activity Explorer, Azure Secure Score. So the right answer here is option C, Activity Explorer. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 138. What category of cards in the Microsoft 365 Defender portal provides insights into how cloud apps are being used in your organization. Options are identities, data, devices, apps. So the right answer here is option D, apps. The apps category in the Microsoft 365 Defender portal provides insights into how cloud apps are being used in your organization. It helps you understand and monitor the usage of various cloud applications within your organization's environment. Question number 139. What is the lowest cost edition of Microsoft Entra ID needed to support multi-factor authentication, conditional access, and privileged identity management? The options are Office 365 apps, Entra ID free, Entra ID Premium P1, Entra ID Premium P2. So the right answer here is option D, Entra ID Premium P2. So Entra ID Premium P2 is required to support PIM, and therefore Entra ID Premium P2 would be required in this scenario. Entra ID Premium P2 also supports MFA and conditional access. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 140. Which encryption method is used to protect Azure SQL database and Azure Data Warehouse against malicious activities? Option A, transparent data encryption. Option B, Azure disk encryption. Option C, Azure storage service encryption. And option D, always encrypted. So the right answer here is option A, transparent data encryption. So transparent data encryption is used to protect Azure SQL database and Azure data warehouse against malicious activity. It performs real-time encryption and decryption of the database, associated backups, and transaction log files at rest without requiring changes to the application. Which Microsoft 365 feature can you use to restrict users from sending email messages that contains list of customers and their associated credit card numbers? And you have the following four options: retention policies, data loss prevention policies, conditional access policies, information barrier. So the right answer here is option B, data loss prevention policies. Select the answers that correctly completes the sentence. So we have the following four options. Can be used to provide Microsoft support engineers with access to an organization's data stored in Microsoft Exchange Online, SharePoint Online, and OneDrive for Business. So the right option here is customer lockbox. In a core e-discovery workflow, what should you do before you can search for content? And the options are create an e-discovery hold, run express analysis, configure attorney client privilege detection, export and download results. So the right answer here is option A, create an e-discovery hold. Which Microsoft portal provides information about how Microsoft manages privacy, compliance, and security? And the options are Microsoft Service Trust Portal, Compliance Manager, Microsoft 365 Compliance Center, Microsoft Support. So the right answer here is option A, Microsoft Service Trust Portal. What can you protect by using the information protection solution in the Microsoft 365 Compliance Center? And the options are computers from zero-day exploits. Option B, users from phishing attempts. Option C, files from malware and viruses. And option D, sensitive data from being exposed to unauthorized users. So the right answer here is option D, sensitive data from being exposed to unauthorized users. What can you specify in Microsoft 365 sensitivity labels? And option A, how long files must be preserved? Option B, when to archive an email message? Option C, which watermark to add to files? And option D, where to store files. So the right option here is option C, which watermark to add to files. So let's jump on to the next question. So for each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So each correct solution is worth 1 point. So you can use advanced audit in Microsoft 365 to view billing details. And the second statement is you can use advanced audit in Microsoft 365 to view the contents of an email message. And the third statement is you can use advanced audit in Microsoft 365 to identify when a user uses the search bar in Outlook on the web to search for items in a mailbox. So the right answer here is, so the first two statements are false and the third statement is true. So for each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are, you can add a resource lock to an Azure subscription. You can add only one resource lock to an Azure resource. You can delete a resource group containing resources that have resource locks. So the right options are, the first statement is true, the second one is false, and the third statement is true. So let's jump on to the next question. So for each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the following statements are, users can only apply sensitivity labels manually. Multiple sensitivity labels can be applied to the same file. And the third statement is, a sensitivity label can apply a watermark to a Microsoft Word document. So the right options are, the first statement is true, the second one is false, and the third statement is true. So which two tasks can you implement by using data loss prevention policies in Microsoft 365? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. Option A, display policy tips to users who are about to violate your organization's policies. Enable disk encryption on endpoints. Option C, protect documents in Microsoft OneDrive that contain sensitivity information. And option D, apply security baselines to devices. So the right answer here is option A and option C. Select the answers that correctly completes the sentence. So you have the following four options. Compliance manager assesses compliance data for an organization. So the right option to complete the sentence is continually. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are, sensitivity labels can be used to encrypt documents. Sensitivity labels can add headers and footers to documents. Sensitivity labels can apply watermarks to emails. So the right options here are, so all the three statements are true.